On Pride Month, thank you, Joe. My learned friend. This game came out 10 years ago. I thought it'd be, I thought it was older than that. How's sound too loud, too quiet? Second best Ace Attorney game time. What's number one? We were so back. I would also agree that we were so back, but we were just streaming Stellar Blade, the greatest game of our generation, so we were never gone. So how can we come back? It gets me. Did you see any meme with Jack Wade's Q? I'm not really up to date with like meme culture right now. I don't know how are people receiving their memes? I don't go on any meme boards, or I don't go on Twitter. I don't see anything on Reddit. I don't go on TikTok. I don't go on 9gag. The only Discord channel I check is ours. Yours does have memes though? Okay, hold on, let me see. Search for Cube. Cube. Oh, there's Shaq Quaid in a Cube motion capture thing. It's fun. I like the Cube. Previously promised recap art fast pass, my lord. I don't remember this, but it's okay. Here we go. Fast pass. Sometimes we do fast passes. Okay, so how many? Oh wow, this is a lot. Okay, should I just put this on? Should I download them all and show them individually, or should I just go through them? Ah! Oh no, now I'm on someone else's. Shit. Why would you do that? Imdra, what's wrong with you? What? It's gone. When you hit right on it, it just goes to the next gallery that's like a public gallery. Give me a second. I'm just gonna do window capture for the for this, if that's okay. Question marks. What I mean is, like, when I put it on full screen like this, if I hit right on on my keyboard now to go to the next image. Instead of going to the next image, it goes to the next gallery on a list that's somewhere on the site. And then it won't even let me go back. So, alright. The Great Ace Attorney, a recap by King Pains, prepared especially for the Joseph Anderson video game analysis community. Case 1. Kazuma tells Ryo he'll get him off. Then Ryo gets himself off. Then they high-five and go on a boat to Her Majesty's London town. Best bro, best bro. Live Susie reaction. I remember these characters. Best bro son, best bro son. Just best friends. Just best friends. Case 2. Kazuma dies and Ryu's stoked to be stuck on the ocean with Shomes as emotional support in the aftermath. The poses are bang on. And you wouldn't believe it, light bulbs can slide right into your mouth, but to remove one necessitates surgery. It was quite the conundrum getting the damn thing out. Mr. Shomes, Kazuma's dead. Why, that's elementary. It seems to me that you only need one pair of lips to resolve this quagmire. Fuck her up, Mr. Naruhodo. Case 3. Gee, I wonder what's going on here. Case 3. Ryo and Susanoo finally arrive in Great Britain. They're very surprised by how different court proceedings are across the pond. Mr. Banker guy, lady first. 4 minutes prior. I'm sure you'll find our court system rather queer. Snake, do you think love could bloom in a courtroom? A name tag? Is that guy man sex or gay man sex? I don't know. It's one of those. Case 4. Ryu and Van Zeek's make out nasty style on the bench, and also Soseki Natsumi was there or something. Lord Van Zeek clearly has a thing for me. Why else would he be prosecuting this completely random exchange student? My learned friend's memory has transparently failed him. I've clearly established that I'm racist. I've every reason to be here. Predator says what? You infuriate me. To expect that pedestrian trick would work is an insult to my intelligence and to your own. You want to fuck me so bad it makes you look stupid. So blunt. Live Sasuke reaction. In case 5. That's the last one. Blah blah, conspiracy, blah blah, Gina, blah blah, Susanoo's dad is dying, and then Ryu reflects on his yaoi-ful journey thus far. Get in the closet, Ryu. Mr. Naruhodo, it's the dance of deduction. Has anyone seen my damn cocaine? I mean coffee? God, do I hate the Japanese. Your eyes please me, by the way. I look forward to crossing swords with you once more. Maybe someone nice and normal will show up in the next game. Oh, foreshadowing is a literary device? Fini? Okay. Forgot the Skulking brothers? So did you. They're brothers. What are you talking about? The Skulking brothers. Wow. Incredible recap. Thank you, King Pains. Was he able to finish the Celebrate last night? I got sleepy? Yeah, I did, yeah. Everything's done. This was my favorite. I like the poses. you spend 10 minutes at the start of today's stream talking about Stellar Blade to ruin some specific people's lives? What's going on? I think that if you don't like Stellar Blade, you're a prude that hates fun. There, I said it. There you go. Should we talk about this for 10 minutes now? True, I am. Well, that's okay then, as long as you know. Resolve is and solve again? Yes. Ace Attorney 2, resolve. It's just a repeat of every single case from the first game. Turns out we got them all wrong. Did we play with gamepad last time or mouse? I can't remember. It's a VN, doesn't matter. I just want to remember what I did. Because if I can play with the gamepad or I play with the gamepad, it's easier on my hands. Thank you for the gift subs. Hollow Best Wolf. Whoa. Okay, every time I scroll, this is gonna happen. Can I hit new game safely without starting? Well. Okay, well, we'll say thank you to gifts and subs as soon as this scene's over. I guess we're just going into it. All right.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
He's probably in bed.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime. Oh, the music's back!
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
What? Everyone gets to be a lawyer now?
So please.
What?
I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
The Blossoming Attorney. The Adventure of. Okay. "13th of August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court Judicature. Defendants, Antechamber. Oh yeah, I have to read this, don't I? Oh shit. Okay. All right. I know these games. I'm really sad to report to everyone. I'm gonna spoil. I'm sorry. I'm really sad to tell everyone that at the end of this trial, Susie's gonna be dead, and we're gonna be a man again. This is just how these games go. You definitely cannot play as a woman ever. Yeah, so this is just, I just want everyone to set their expectations, set your phasers for no fun. Like it's, you just, yeah, Susie's fucking dead. There's just no fucking way. It just doesn't last. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. Wow, we really are Susie. Yeah, she's fucking dead. No, stop fucking using the mouse. I don't want to read. Not this though. I feel so nervous, but I just want to steal my nerves and find a way to compose myself. All right. History. There we go. Okay. Wow, Starblade did a number on you? Wait, what happened? Man, gaming hours. Man was so hard. Holy shit. Playing that whole damn game on New Game Plus rules. Just. Oh. Phrase. That's the name of the boss. It's not my fault. Sounds so defeated. We won. Took 3 hours, but we won. Okay, amazing. First sub of today is from Almost Christmas. Thank you very much. Almost Christmas means it was. Thank you very much for starting us off here. Almost Christmas, 43 months. Hey Joe, can't catch stream live, but excited to see your thoughts on the most air quotes recent Ace Attorney. I started watching you with the infamous Hellpoint stream as a bored high schooler during COVID, and I just graduated college, so this feels like a bookend with that. Haha, thanks for all you do. Hope you've been well. Thank you very much. Almost Christmas. Most memorable moment for me is Almost Christmas, and then probably. Did Gumfuck not tell you that Autopsy's out of date updated autopsy report is so fucking good? How many attempts did man take? It's gotta be in the 30s. It took a very, very long time. Thank you, Almost Christmas. Thank you, Groundworm, for gifting out. Is that right? This is when the stream was down. Is this the amount you've given out total, or did you gift out 130 gift subs when the stream was down? Compensation for 128 months of watching your content, now back to the VODs. Holy shit, thank you very much, Groundworm. I don't deserve that, thank you. I'm glad you're still here, actually, so... Or is that... Yeah, that's right now, yeah. Oh, hold on, was it pinned now, or is it pinned from earlier? No, sent at 131. Okay, you are here, alright, thank you, Groundworm. Holy shit. McGilded reincarnate. What the? Thank you, Pinsar, for the 14 months. Hey Joe, I'm miraculously able to tune in to start the game on stream, so I hope you have fun with the great Ace Attorney 2. I'm excited to see where the story goes. I have lots of questions. Weirdly, my most burning question is how the fuck did Susie know about that book? I'm actually kind of mad that they didn't that they put that question down and they didn't answer it. So hopefully it's a good good conclusion to that, and hopefully they had an answer when they wrote it. Because if they're Stephen Moffating us, then I'm going to be a little angry with Sherlock again. Thank you, Default Wizard, for the 11 months with the Shomes. Did we have other emotes for that for this playthrough? I don't think we did. I think we're fine, right? We still have them. Yeah. Thank you, Pat Cake, for 6 months with the jobs. Thank you, Elephant JB, with the Yuri couple, 18 months. Thank you, Lady Nika, for the 41 months too. Yay, Grace Attorney is back. Glad to watch the streams again. I miss them with a heart. Hope you enjoy them, Lady Nika. Thank you, Sally's Face, for the 12 months, 1 year. Hey, so 1 year, though I've been watching for ways longer, since you started playing Ace Attorney, actually. Oh, that's another bookend. The Ace Attorney games are some of my favorites ever, and I've no joke rewatched your full VODs of the trilogy at least 5 times. What? They are a go for me when I want to revisit Ace Attorney. How do they hold up on a rewatch? I've never went back and rewatched a stream like that. Maybe I should to see what the experience is like. One of the Stellar Blade emotes. Anyway, I really hope that you enjoyed the full duology. The second game is one of my faves from the franchise, and I've played all of them. We were talking a little bit about Grey's Attorney. Was it yesterday's stream or the day before on Stellar Blade? because we were talking about how no, this was during the Neon White streams, because we were talking about how I think the concept of Danganronpa is better, but overall this experience, and especially the writing, is better in the Ace Attorney games, and that made me realize that I think that the characters in this game have been better than the previous Ace Attorney games. I don't know why. I really like Susie more than Maya. There's been less stupid pervy shit, and both the culprits, like the accused, and also the witnesses have been fantastic. So I feel like I don't feel like there's been any misses so far. Not just in how they're written, but also how they're presented too. They have so much character. They're very static, like literally static images sometimes in the case of the first 3 games. They're older games, that makes sense, but yeah, I really like the characters in these games. Thank you, Rockface, for 3 or 4 months with Happy Pride. Happy Pride, everyone. Happy Pride. Yeah, there is. We got the Ryu and the Van Zeeks emote. Can we get your best Skulkin brothers inspiration? You mean the brothers? I don't know. We'll see how it is when we get there. Because they're going to come back, right? Because everyone's going to come back. Did you see where the Domino's Pizza account posted a God of War game without Kratos is like a pizza without pepperoni? What? Someone linked the director of the original God of War's reaction to God of War Luffy in stream discussion last night, and I watched some of it, and I had to tap out. I was so embarrassed. Like, I don't know what's going on with this guy. Like, I feel bad for him, actually. Like, clearly he feels like he's been completely outclassed, and he's really, really insecure that how much better the next stage of God of War is done than in his games. Which I don't know why he feels that way, because the first 3 games, they landed really, really well. I don't get it. Those were good games. He doesn't need to be insecure. And yet, like, the way he's like, this game's gonna suck and it looks dull and blah, blah, blah. What, dude, the fuck are you talking about? Very, very, very embarrassing, especially for the medium. Yep. I only know Jack from Metroid Dread. I also seen the clip from Metroid Dread, and I didn't think that was bad. It just, like, he just so happened to not shoot diagonally like the rest of the people streaming it did, you know? I think that can easily happen, you know? Like, it was like, I don't think he deserves the hate for this, but then this response to Luffy is really embarrassing. Really immature. Don't even understand. Like, how he thinks that's okay. Thank you, Meister, for the 11 months with Corjo. I'm happy to be back with Great Ace Attorney. It's thanks to them that I found out I'm the 3rd Skulkin brother. That's right, I'm Skulkin Reef. Thank you, Tool Assisted Fun Posting, for the 6 months with is Le9 Gag our Legion. This is where we got our memes from. Okay, all right. I'm surprised that everyone hating on the cube. I think the cube's fine. I hope that people hate on the cube instead of hating on the fact that it's that you're Faye instead of Kratos, because like I think she's fantastic so far. The gameplay looks good too. I like the cube. Thank you, Ye Old Merchant, for the 9 months with I also like the cube. There you go. Setup. Thank you. Pay chatter. Thank you, Fuzzja Link, for the 69 months. Nice. We all say nice. We see 69. Neurons get activated. Thank you, Chris Krillian, for the new sub as well. Welcome. Hope you enjoyed the stream today. Thank you, Espar Senior, for 20 months. Started to rewatch the Umineko streams. What? Currently finished episode 4, and man, the reread playthrough starting on 2028 Leap Day is going to go so hard. Yeah, sure, that's happening. Did you know as early as episode 1, a character unironically says, "What do you think, everyone?" after making a deduction? Did they really? Furuto Erika in the fucking Ushirimiya hat? Faye being the pro tag is cooler, but the cube takes out of my will to take the story seriously. Why? There's wacky shit in all mythologies. It depends on how it's done, and so far I think the cube looks interesting. If it keeps quipping, then yeah, I'd be like, alright, I'm over this. I don't want quips. But so far, in terms of like, you know, the idea they're presenting, I think the cube is fun. There was a talking squirrel in Ragnarok. Yeah, I know. Everything to do with Brock and Sindri too, yeah. Well, not everything. Not everything. I think the most egregious line in that whole showcase was when Faye said something like, "You're a talking sword," and then the response was, "Of course not. I'm the ribbon." That is the more quippy Marvel shit to me. Whereas I think the cube is gonna like be more like a talking dog. Yeah, that line I didn't like. Yeah. Big Forspoken vibes. Okay, so this is what. All right, let's move on. Trying to poison the well. All right, thank you, Commando86, for the 75 months. Thank you very much, and good luck, Esper Senior, with the Umineko rewatch. That's brave. Thank you, DL7, for the 35 months. With as punishment for my crimes, the court commanded I be forbidden from watching Hetslop content before and after June. This is why I miss Stellar Blade. Now I can watch Hetslop again, but unfortunately I am banned from watching any gay content in June, so I'll have to miss these streams. But hey, excited to chat again for the June Dispatch streams. Fucking hell. Thank you, Bordurai, for the 32 months with time for the greatest game ever. Don't hype it up that much. Don't hype it up that much. Come on. Thank you, Wafer, for the 41 months with Happy the Great Ace Attorney 2. Hope you enjoy. I hope I do too, yeah. Thank you, Hollow Best Wolf, again for the 20 gift subs. Thank you very much. Very generous, thank you. I don't know what to say when the gift subs get high. Just thank you. I don't know what to say. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Bluesy Star, for the 250 bits. I finally said it right the first time. If you need another game to goon to, what? I saw Charlie play Werewolf the Inner Beast game. Who the fuck is Charlie? Werewolf the Inner... Okay. Thank you, Bizer, for the 12 months with hey 1 year. Thank you very much, Bizer. Thank you, Jumper, twice for the 15 months also. Just wanted to give a shout out to Anxiety Meds. Been going through one of my roughest times where it feels like I lost everything and everyone everywhere, but it seems that they might just get me through it. Mental health is important, y'all. Emotions don't have to feel debilitating. Talk to your doctors. Well, that's the problem with Moncton, is that we don't have any doctors. Anyway, happy Pride and hope this game goes well. Happy Pride. I hope the medication continues to help. Yeah, better living through chemistry. Never be ashamed of having to take any medication like that. Some people need it. Some people's bodies don't work properly. Yep. That's what it's for. You wouldn't feel the same way about like oh man, I can't believe I have to eat food. It's the same way. It's a necessity for some people. Thank you, Danini Star. The 90 star, maybe one of those, for the 4 months. Happy sub anniversary. Got gifted a sub during the Great Ace Attorney and realized how great it was to watch streams live without ads. Unfortunately, that's how Twitch gets you. Unfortunately, it did run out on the very last The Great Ace Attorney stream, literally stopped halfway through, but that pushed me to finally bite the bullet and subscribe since I wanted to watch The Great Ace Attorney 2 live. Little did I realize The Great Ace Attorney would go on a bit of a break. Hope Stellar Blade was a good time. Excited for The Great Ace Attorney 2. Great Stellar Blade was a good time. Should we talk about it for 15 minutes? It was a really great time. In this essay, I will... Yeah, I didn't know that if the sub runs out midstream, the ads come back. I thought like you would have a grace period and you'd have to refresh the page or something. Huh. And the last stretch on my list starts with Sarita XOX with 17 months. Was so ready for part 2. Me too. Thank you, Zorox, for the bits. I watched Terminator a few days ago, and man, I gotta say that robot really sucked at his job. Thank you, Sarita. Thank you for pressing the bits with Kazuma's dead. Kazuma is dead, yeah. So is Alonzo, and so is Yellow. Yep. Lots of people dead. Thank you, Mark326, for gifting us up to Groundworm. Thank you again for the crazy amount of gift subs, Groundworm. Thank you very much. Thank you, Space Pretzel, for the 37 months. Thank you, Zyre91, for the 76. I typed a stupid message and then sent it in chat instead of the sub message like an idiot. Anyways, Joms. Okay. Thank you, Hudson Savage, for the bits. Psyched for a talking cuff game that actually looks good. Future fan art idea for someone more talented than I am when you're playing God of War Spoken. Running from, I don't know how to pronounce this, Sekhmet, as she shouts, "Get the fuck back here, Faye!" There we go. We're Faye instead of Frey. Alright. I don't like this Forspoken discourse that's going on right now. Forspoken was better than that. Thank you. It's Fighty or Fitty for the 4 months with Skulkin's better than Mario Brothers. More iconic for sure, yes. Very, very much so. And last 3 are Snazzy Jazzy Bazzy, Cheshi8, and Henry Wyatt. Thank you, Snazzy Jazzy Bazzy, for 2 months. Hey Joe, in the time between the Greatest Attorney and now, I went to Japan and watched all of your Umineko VODs. Cannot wait for more fantastic mysteries to come. Did you also like start and graduate college? Because that's how long Stellar Blade went on, apparently. Thank you, Cheshi8, for the 9 months too. Hi Tom, so excited to see my vampire-looking husband again. What about our racist wife? Or he's our racist husband. Our racist wife might be dead, actually. I don't know what's going on there. Wasn't expecting that. And thank you, Henry Wyatt, for gifting a sub to Sub High. sub high. Okay, so I think we can start. Hi Joe, you sent me a message the other day about fossils, and I tried to answer it like a normal person, but instead it went into an autism fugue state and ranted about giraffe vertebrae evolution for like 500 words. Nah, you're good. We enjoy those, don't worry. I learned about giraffe vertebrae last week or something. I think it was on a science podcast about how I think we said on stream about how giraffe necks have the same amount of vertebrae as human ones. They're just bigger, which is just fucking crazy. How does that work? Okay, slay. Sorry. Okay, let's. I feel so nervous. I must steal my nervous. Sorry. I made myself laugh. I'm really tired. Alright, I feel so nervous, so I must steal my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Alright, we're right at the beginning, Who the fuck is this? Ah, good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Isn't this our dad? Oh, yes. Good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. I thought he was dead. So it was Kazuma's grave that she was talking to? I thought she was talking to her dad's grave. That's probably an intentional fake out. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. I thought you were sick, bro. Oh dear, the truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Whoa, saying that to your dad? Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yujin Mikutoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumi University. A man who earlier... Oh, it's not as... what is it? A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father... Oh, it is her dad. Okay, alright, cool. Alright. Dad and professor. Okay. Excuse me. Who's this? Susie 2? Is the cursor on the screen? No? We're good? Okay. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes, that's right, miss. Oh, I thought you were on trial for something that you did, Susie. You're just being a lawyer for fun? Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing. Uh-oh. She kind of reminds me of Yukiko. Hello, this is Yukiko. Rei Membami. Born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Oh, so not Ryu? Okay. Wow, alright, I'm right here. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Whoa, a little Yuri in our yaoi? What? Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. What a perfect game for Pride Month, holy shit. This was Errol's plan all along. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikutoba? I'm like the gayest straight guy, what the fuck? How the fuck did that happen? It kind of creeps up on you. If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? Wait, she doesn't recognize you? Wah! Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that... No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look, for all the world, just like a student of the Imperial University, a male student. Oh, okay. I'm so glad you think so. That's so true. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. So is she just dressing like a man, or is she actually going to pretend that she is a man and the court doesn't know? My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Drag king? Yeah, is there a term for the reverse? Is it still just drag? Does it go both ways? Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door. Okay, so she's just not pretending, she's actually trying to trick the court, I'm guessing then. Maybe the judge is in on it? And is just letting it happen? So I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray-san. It's so strange though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already, and yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray, please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just... You really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. How would Rhea react to this? Whoa, you should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. You look convincing as a sick person. What are you doing? You just got better just immediately? I'm pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. How long has it been since she came back? It's 2 months, right? She said? I think what my brain is telling me 2 months. Has it been longer than that? Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. It's crazy that Sholmes is in the scene and we haven't found him yet. It's Susato. You do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. I think she did it. Perfectly. She did it. She's totally guilty, and she did it for a good reason. And we're gonna get her off because it was justifiable murder. She did it for sure. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end of this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay, who's going to be our sidekick in there? Because we always need a sidekick. Is it going to be our dad? You should go in at once, Ray. Is it going to be, like, the ghost of Ryu projected across the ocean? The ghost of Kazuma? And that's why she was talking to it? Oh, if you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside. I guess we're also going to find out if Susie's psychic or not, or just pretending. I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. Well, got a little bit. Are you, like... You're cool with this? There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? Oh, secrets? Yes, quite right. I kept that information from her. Fucked up. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to all three of them. There are 4 lawyers currently here, including us. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true, the reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making the move now, too. What do we think of the pink stress ball he has? What is that? I want one of those. That looks comfy. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. So careful with your femme voice, you're sounding a little bratty. What? I'm Susanna Mikitoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I find myself back in Japan. I like the voice. I'm glad you do, because it's hard to do. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Oh, she does miss him. Okay. I didn't realize that she actually liked him. Wish me I'm being honest, I had no read on the relationship whatsoever. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. "13th of August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court Judicature, Courtroom 1. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Damn. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready. Ready. Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Sorry? Oh yes, I had come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel. Yes, that's right. That's me. I mean, totally the man. Yeah, yes, I'm Ryotaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. It seems Ryotaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild white eyes aren't doing you any favor. She's doing the fucking Naruhodo fucking stare. Just... And those wild white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? Under the table? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be? You may be thinking of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I can't say his name, sorry, just Ryo. Currently in Britain as part of a study program. That is, his cousin. That's right. Ryotaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them! Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you? Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Oh, Please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. Oh. This is such a good bit. I'm so nervous. Ryutaro is right there. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. What? Just like the trial 9 months ago, which is the last one I did. Just Archie on vacation between then and now yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me, well, no one else wanted to take it. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. Are we doing a tutorial, even though it's the second one? 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. Just a natural-born lawyer. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim. Phew, that is so simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. What's the matter? Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are want to blank. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right. Just use RB to open the court record. On your gamepad or something, then you need to flip to the people section with RB. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely. There are time limits now? Alright, check the court record with RB. That's where the information I need will be. Where's your book of all things? I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? What if we get it wrong? The victim in this case is, yes, Prosecutor Takatsuchi Ouchi. What? Why the sudden triumphant cry of yes? Are you threatening to kill me? He seems angry. And you're surprised? Did you consult the court record? You must look through it carefully. Oh, yes, I did. Of course. I looked at everyone on file, and I chose the person whose features appeared to be the most deathly. I must say, this most unusual methodology of yours leaves me almost speechless. It occurs to me with renewed certainty that reading the information carefully is vitally important. I strongly recommend it. Oh dear, I simply can't ignore that imploring look. Your Excellency, please allow me to amend my answer. Very well, I will excuse this incorrect response given your why-eyed state of panic. What is the name of the victim in this case? Takashi Ouchi. Let us go. The victim in this case is, yes, Prosecutor Takatsuchi Ouchi. What? Why the sudden triumph cry of yes? Are you threatening to kill me? He seems angry. Okay, it's the same thing. Okay. Yujin Mikutoba. The victim in this case is none other than Professor Yujin Mikutoba. What? Well, to be written off by one's own child. Father, you seem suddenly so much older and wearier than you were moments ago. Because of you, clearly. The judge is asking for the victim's name, the person who was killed in this case. Look through the information in the court record again, carefully, before you kill me for mercy sake. Oh dear, I simply can't ignore the disproving look. Father Frustrator, achievement unlocked. Alright, I passed. Your Excellency, please allow me to amend my answer. Very well, I will excuse the incorrect response given to your wide-eyed state of panic. What is the name of the victim of this case? Giselle Brett.
Yes!
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. And so, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago, but if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett, behind the woman student persona, was the face of a victim, a Queen Victoria, Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria, obviously. Obviously not. The Queen of England studying overseas. I thought it sounded a little odd. Leave me out of this. I'm sure you know all the details of the case in question from 9 months ago. Oh yes, how could I forget? I know every last detail about it. Then what on earth was that absurd answer you just gave? No more absurdity, please, Counsel. I will amend your answer. Yes, of course, Your Excellency. Did they both have to call my answer absurd? Behind the woman student persona was the face of persona, a killer.
Yes!
A killer. Speaking of killers, thank you Jaime AXC for the 18 months with what do I say? That's good enough. Thank you very much for 18 months. And thank you Momo the Duck with another K for 6 months. Time for my favorite Ace Attorney game. Enjoy. This seems to be a lot of people's favorites. That bodes well. The rare boding well. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Oh, that was us talking. I didn't know. I thought that was Mikotoba talking. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Oh, really? Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. Secret trial? The student of the Imperial University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Damn, look at Kazuma. Holy shit. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. We love her. We love Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws, so I killed her off camera. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Consular court! Sorry, correct, I oversaw the negotiations personally. Wow, you can leave the chair? Alright, I'm in a weird mood, sorry. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed. Oh, it took a while to organize all this then, holy shit. Only the day before? That will do, Pig, that will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant, because you answered two simple questions correctly and got them wrong 3 times, but it's okay. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. Ayo. As is your wish, Your Excellency. Ayo. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. The 11th of August. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. Oh, this is nice. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. So Until Dawn 2 vibes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. Ugh, that's a bad way to go. Why did she have a pen in her hand? An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, doesn't look like it to me, and the accused, Ray Mbami, in her swimsuit. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. Extraordinary, really? That's certainly true. The prosecution summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. I know those words. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel and what he said about the bathing spot, being alone together. A powerful motive. Yeah, what's the powerful motive? Yeah. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon. No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Mbambi-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Human University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. Pegging Barton is not funny anymore. It's not funny. This is the last time it's ever funny. It's never going to be funny. I can confirm that the defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson! The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. The visiting English professor was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. Thank you, Dumb Idiot, for the 28 months with I love reading streams. I love having done the reading streams, but they're actually very difficult. But, you know, I'm enjoying this one so far. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had toward the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done, a powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful of what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. So when Susie goes back to London at the end of this and becomes Ryu's assistant again, is she gonna have a newfound respect for like all the shit he goes through on the stand because like now she's gone through it, or is she gonna be even hard? Oh, sorry, she's gonna be dead at the end of this. We can't play as a woman in this game. Sorry, my bad. I must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. Somehow she did it. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel what he said about being alone together. I see no woman, only strapping young fellow. Are you bashfully looking? Mbami-san. Yes, what is it, Suza? I mean, Naruto-san. I'm really starting to wish you'd make my alias Ryotaro Suzato. Please tell the court exactly why you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. A detective? Sholmes? I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. Let us be clear. Let me be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut, you and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No. Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. Dispatch? Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. Haha. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. Yeah, they do that, yeah. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear, this is really terrifying, but Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the bathing spot. The bathing spot, the bathing spot, the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? Whoa. My learned English friend, I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ha, my apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Modernity? Am I saying that right? Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? Oh. For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And to also have a knife. Well, she's British, she always has a knife. And the British embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I. Oh, really? No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I would. And I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai, you can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Did we ever find out why she killed Wilson? We never find out the why done it, right? We only found out the who done it and how done it. We don't know why. Huh. Scorn, maybe? Scorn. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Whoa. Cool shot, I like it. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. I love this music. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Where a photograph of the crime scene has been entered as the court record. Photographic print of the scene taken. Can I have another one so I can cross my eyes at the screen like an idiot? A photographic print of the scene taken by the police just after the incident occurred. Stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible. No knife, though. As I understand it, then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. Probably not. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Really? We're getting witnesses? Witnesses? But who? Skulkin brothers on vacation. Here we are, bruv. Just hanging out in Japan. Went down to the beach to get my tan on, and there we old Skulky brother saw the bit fucking stabbers in the back. Saw it with my own two eyes, cove. What are they fucking saying? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. Not a pawn shop in sight in Japan. How could I always be pawned? I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Time-traveling Lot of Heart shows up. Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Takushi, ouchie, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Arrgh! Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Tempest Slash. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, counsel? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchie growth. You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence! Today, I face another yokel student from the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. You know what? I'm rooting for him. With that, the prosecution calls witnesses to the stand. It looks like the stakes are high on both sides of in this trial. You want to get your friend off of being executed for murder, and he wants his hair back. Damn. Who can we root for ethically here? The prosecution and defense each has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. No! Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. What the fuck are you wearing, bro? Chief Inspector Satoru Osanaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And I am, well, the next big thing in books, an author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out. The satirical I Am Cat, a sensational success by Sosuke Natsume. Who's this guy in the background? Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Sosuke, even. Yes. What on earth is Sosuke-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. The author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course, I know. I presume Sosuke-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Soseki? Is it Soseki instead of Sosuke? Is it Soseki? Although he doesn't seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosanaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. I suppose it's this disguise, is it? You're talking about my disguise? Oh, you're talking about your disguise. I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony, and also they probably have blood on them or something. That's why I'm wearing them again. I didn't wash them, because they're evident. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer sister yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture at the beach on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yumi University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yumi University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. I only have 4 voices, by the way, so I'm out. I can't do a voice for Soseki. The professor over there, in fact. With my with Professor Mikotoba? Yes, that's right. I was arranged by one of the newspapers. It was. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who study in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. I'm thinking goofy. Ha. As you can see, as you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me. The Soseki Natsumi article has been entered in the court record. Why is this important? A newspaper containing an article about a discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. Interesting. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. Was she going to try to escape, maybe, via secret speedboat? As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course. This is bullshit. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. What's your Fang game like? I don't really wear a bikini or anything like that, so I don't know. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. The detective I'm at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby, the entire party, the parted cordially for the seaside, it seems. I think you say that in a weird way. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... Oh, yeah, you're still coughing blood? Yeah, how are you alive? I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh my, Inspector, well, you do have something on your face now. Oh, does he have turtles on his towel too? That's cute. He's coordinating. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. Suspicious? But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Ah, but if only I had! I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly, racked by remorse and regret. Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am... Relentlessly racked, that comes right before the waist chop, I think. No, stop yawning, stop yawning. The witness scene. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, and she stabbed wildly. Oh. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. All right, so either she was actually taking the blade out and she didn't know you're supposed to leave it in, or you guys are fibbing. Because if not, she's fucking guilty. I'm convinced. Indeed, it does appear from the testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. Is that the pen she was holding? What do you have there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Oh, was she stabbed with a pen? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, she wrote some numbers down that have nothing to do with anything. The victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. Different pen, decoy pen. Was she having, like, the wine at the beach? Man, she really was the best, huh? That's right, the fountain pen. And if you kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. RM. On the pen. Ray Mbami. What? The initials of the defendant. No. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. The fountain pen has been entered into the court record. The pen that the victim was found grasping in her hand, it carries the initials RM. Okay, so it's not that she initialized the pen in her dying moments with beautiful embroidery. It's that's Ray's pen. So she just grabbed the pen to say, like, this is the person who killed me, I guess. Okay, who else's name starts with R? So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. So damning. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. And to grow my hair. I don't understand. The prosecutor Uchi of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Counsel for defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as judicial assistant. Oh, the zoom! Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. Okay. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Do. The Zelda sound is back. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
Hold it!
It's the press turn system. Thank you to Ashmore Phoenix for the bits. By the way, there were a couple of semi-canon DLC cases exclusive to the original Japanese 3DS release that aren't translated. One of them was a flashback to before leaving for Britain, where Aochi sued Kazuma for cutting his hair. Oh, really? That's interesting. Any word of them ever being translated, or no? Were they too short to bother with? Thank you, Chili Vids, for the 4 months also. Hey Joe, tomorrow I'm getting 5 moles removed. Just a reminder to chat to get your skin checked. We need to stay healthy so you can survive another 100-hour visual novel of Joe voice acting every single line. Also, the 100-line Defense Force, right? We have to stream that at some point. Oh, excuse me. In that jaunty disguise. Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. I've tried and tested. Also, I bought some lobsters while I was at the beach. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer? Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. Is it a real turtle? Unfortunately, DLC cases were advertised as pre-order exclusives for the 3DS release, so there's some legal issues with translating them and bringing them over to the West. But they are available on YouTube. Oh, really? Oh, that's a shame. You think there'd be like a time limit on that, so they can be released afterwards? Huh? So much red tape around Ace Attorney. Yeah, they should do a legal case over it. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there? If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Whoa, where'd he go? Hem. Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. I just managed to catch that crab when suddenly I heard a caterwaul from behind me. Crab? Ah, you're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san. In more literary terms, Sumari, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Yeah, or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors aren't wont to describing things so. Eyes are wont to flit. Soseki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise, and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. This panning of the scene is making me terrified that we're gonna have to have an intermission to the trial at some point and go and investigate it. I don't like investigating the scenes. I just want to do the trials. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. Wow, scandalous. Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, Sumari, I decrabbed and beetled off hutwise. Decrabbed. I ran to the beach hut at once where I found the pair in question. Wait, by pair you don't mean to say, but how could that be? No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Ray Membami-san. Membami-san, fucking hell. San. Oh, that would be helpful if you could have just said that from the outset. If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes. Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish, very foolish. It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut? Well, it was a sorry sight, a really grisly scene. I parted the Norin curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand. Ahem. My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes, so you couldn't see very well. How thoroughly appalling. Ugh, he doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Soseki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? You'd like a literary man's opinion? By the way, when is the Xbox showcase? Is that today or tomorrow, or is it after Summer Games Fest on Friday? Does he have a nose ring? It's on Sunday? Oh, okay. Okay, so if we stream the Xbox showcase, then we'll be it'll just be that on Sunday then, and we'll just start and then end after that. Okay. Poor cheeky Mina the Holler afterwards. Yes, 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 that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand as she stabbed wildly. I don't believe you.
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed. The terrible spectre, the terrapin inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? No, what are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you, bro. I wonder if I might interject here. Soseki-san, something you said is troubling me. That was my impression. Were your words just now, I believe. So, do you mean to say you're not confident you really did see what you described? Uh-oh. No, I mean, yes, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. Ooh. He must be so happy to be back in Japan. He hated England. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. Oh, we have lives for this, so we can get this wrong. Okay, I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Multiple times? She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. What? The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. I heard it, and I'm fucking Daredevil, so I can see with my eyes. Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, Sumari, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene. Yes, that's right. I saw it too. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand, too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes, right, I saw it too. Maybe Brett was just walking around with a knife in her back all day, and she's like, it's fine, I just want to enjoy this last day on the beach. And then she turned around to get changed in the hut with Ray. And then Ray's like, oh, hold on, you have a knife in your back. Let me just get that for you, and just pulled it out, and then she died, and then she fell over. Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. Yeah, that's me, yeah. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Ahem. Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness. Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons, a misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion, even. Why are you telling us this when we have more experience than you, and we were telling Naruhodo this? A delusion. Tutorial dad? Tutorial daddy? What's important is that we determine the truth, and there's only one sure way to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use RB to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. So you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for. Yes, it's all about inconsistencies. Okay, so the inconsistency is going to be either that there is no knife, or she was only stabbed once, or she was stabbed with a pen, something like that. Okay, let's see what we have. Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with why, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure. Yes, alright then. I'll consider the details of all evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task. Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember, so those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. You're right, I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. Okay, how do I get to the court record? Just going to present? Okay. Alright, and we can go to, how do I get to people from here? Or is that not here right now? Apparently we can't get to people right now. Victim, disabled Brett, female, British. Time of death, 11th August at around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and witness statements. Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Huh. Wasn't there something to do with poison at some point? Oh, I'm thinking of Golden Idol. Wasn't there poison in this one too? I can't remember. That seems like a drug sort of thing. Photographic print, magnifying glass. Okay. The mask. Did they kill the swan too? What's all that? Oh, she has different masks. Shoes. Wine and more wine. So, how was she holding a wine glass in this hand if she was also holding a... Oh, she changed and grabbed the pen. Oh, that's weird. How did she do that? There's the cat. I am cat. What could this possibly have to do with the case? Huh, there's no examining any of these and flipping them over. That's strange. Where's the I'm a lawyer badge? A newspaper containing an article about a discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. The pen that the victim was found grasping in her hand, it carries the initials RM. Okay, so it's this one because she hadn't been stabbed multiple times.
Objection!
Objection! With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhara-san have stood here at this bench, it was fucking awesome. The stakes have been very, very high indeed. Being a lawyer is just all about yelling objection. That's why we do all the schooling. That's why we disguise ourselves as men so we can get inside the courtroom. It's all so we can yell objection as loud as we fucking can. It fucking rules. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. Let me be query at me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. The book is back! In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. You just got owned. You just got Suzied. Who's Susie? In other words, Sumari, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony. Yeah, it's clearly flawed. And Soseki-san. Me? Fuck you. You claim to have seen Mimami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly. But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw in the defendant holding. Yeah, yes, and? It's quite simple.
We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
Oh, he got your asses so hard. Ah, true. Then what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Why are you being difficult, Judge?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san saw, in fact, was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be.
Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Haha! Well, this takes me back.
Stop tapping your seed, bro.
Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. I'm in therapy for it, a half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You won. You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only half a head of hair.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was in that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade, ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw.
Didn't read that right, sorry.
The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Oh no.
Thank you, Nightmare Luna 6969. Nice. With the 10 for 10 months. With wow. Thank you, Zozo 5002 also for 10 months. Looking forward to another month of peak. Is it going to take us a month to do this? How long? I think it's 2 weeks of a Grace Attorney 2, isn't it? Probably. Is it longer than the first one? I think it is. I think Chet told me it's a bit longer. Yawning. Unexpected fucking yawning. I'm in agreement with the prosecution, as usual. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed as suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back to where we started.
Hey, just want to say I'm watching From right now, and someone found the location of the town on Google Maps, and it's right next to fucking Moncton. What? From? What's From? Is that a show? Huh? It sucks that it's next to Moncton. Holy shit.
Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. She was trying to rescue them, and she's stupid. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good.
Uh-oh.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular. No, she was stabbed in the back.
What does Father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. If only she was here to ask. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so that she could stab her again. Hide the knife. Save her life. According to the postmortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her kill.
No. She was holding her own pen, and then Brett was like, "Quick, can you pull this knife out of my back before I die?" And then Ray was like, "But I can't. I'm holding a pen." And then Brett was like, "All right, let me hold the pen for you to free your hands. All right, I got the pen. Yeah, you got my pen. Yeah, I've got your pen. Okay, now you're holding the pen tightly, right? You're not gonna drop it. I'm not gonna drop it. I got your pen. All right, now I can pull the knife out. Okay, is the pen doing okay?"
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. But this young yokel has convinced me. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Is this a slipshod? Ha, ha. An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. But first, I'm going on break early because I really need a coffee. Be right back in about 5 minutes. Enjoy the music. There's no music. Now there's music. Enjoy the music.
All right, coffee is percolating and I'm chewing a protein bar. Sorry. Have Joe slept since second celebration? Say, by the way, yeah, I did. I went to sleep. I think I got 5 hours of sleep. It was really, really bad sleep though. Really, really bad. I woke up after 3 hours and I probably just should have stayed awake. I had so much trouble falling back to sleep. Anyone knows where like coffee with milk comes from? Like coffee with milk. It's from Xenoblade Chronicles 2 when is it when Rex finds out about Mithra, or is it when they go under the Cloud Sea? I'm doing a Bioseed run. How many probes should I make? If it's your first ever Bioseed run, you should only make a couple probes. Probes are quite hard to make, especially your first time through. So when the reason to make probes is to find a planet that's really, really good, because you can get mastery bonuses for completing certain things on planets and also unlocking new races. Oh man, I miss that stage of Evolve. That stage of Evolve is so fucking cool. Evolve is such a good game. Holy shit, man. Is the chewing audible, by the way? Sorry. I was dozing off on my couch, so I was like, I need to brush my teeth and get into actual bed. But once I did, I couldn't fall asleep for a while and had my typical middle of the night insomnia wake up. Lately, I've been having like, not just narcolepsy sleep problems, but also just like racing thoughts, anxiety, sleep problems. They just come out of nowhere. I wish I could meditate. I don't know how to do it. Thank you for giving your all even when sleep deprived. The stream has been very fun. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm used to being sleep deprived. Like I'm just I think that it does show sometimes. I'm noticing that I have a lot more trouble reading when I am like chronically sleep deprived. Like if I have if I'm on a bad string of sleep for like maybe a week or so, I'm noticing that like cognitive ability must decline and I have trouble processing what's on the screen. And then if I sleep really well for a couple of nights in a row, then it's just noticeably better. I don't know if that translates over to gameplay though. I'd be curious if that was the case. Just did heavyweight champ. That's a good one to get, yeah. Yeah, there's so many good achievements in Evolve that change how you play the game, and lots of stacking bonuses and stuff. Collecting mastery is really addictive in that game. So you can make the game harder in order to unlock achievements, and the achievements make it so like if you do a full run on 4 stars, you usually unlock like a full gold star achievement that makes it so you have a permanent, I think it's 1.5% production bonus to everything that you do. And it just keeps going forever. So if you get like 10 achievements, now it's 10%. If you get 50 achievements, that sort of thing. What's my mastery level in Evolve? I'm like super endgame, and my mastery is plus 308% permanently, even when I'm on 4-star. It's there all the time. Every time you talk about Evolve, I feel like the evil is tempting me. I'm sorry. There is an evil dimension. You can go there if you want to be fully tempted. I have the opposite of insomnia. I can't stop feeling sleepy and irresponsible all the time. That's what narcolepsy is. But narcolepsy can present with insomnia. So it's like narcoleptics can feel irresistibly sleepy during the day when they're trying to get something done, and then they can't sleep at night. So yeah, it's kind of fucked up. If you dream whenever you have a nap, who was it said that? Twink Mistress. Congratulations again. If you dream when you have a nap, like a 20-minute nap, you should probably go get checked out for a sleep disorder. Let me go pour the coffee out and we'll continue. Yeah. Go, bro. How did Joe like the end of the last game? I liked the last trial. Last trial was really, really good. However, I didn't really like the ending of the whole entire narrative because I feel like it didn't really have an ending. It just like it's the halfway point, which is probably what it is, right? So I didn't really like that because I feel like there were a lot of unanswered questions, a lot of things that haven't been resolved. So hopefully this game will do all those justice. Ace Attorney style. Okay, let's continue. First of all, thank you to Meg Sketches for the 8 months while I was gone. Hey Joe, glad that you're back playing weeb shit again. Can't catch streams too often, but I'm finally free from my horrible roommate situation. Excited to watch the VODs. Congratulations on being free of that. I'm in a similar boat in that I think I'm going to be moving soon, I think. Because the new, I said like last stream before, the property management for the building that I rent, changed hands at the very end of last month, like super last minute notice. Like I don't understand like how that even is. And they're being weird about the exchange. And I also already wanted to leave. So I think I'm going to be trying to find a house to rent in for the beginning of next month. Hopefully I can find one. Or I'm gonna have to find a temporary place to stay while I find a place for the 1st of August. I don't know, we'll see. Are you gonna take the $4,000 couch? I am gonna take the $5,000 couch, yeah. I'm definitely not gonna leave the $6,000 couch behind that Gatsby loves to sit on. He's the only one that uses that $7,000 couch. It's crazy. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Okay, so they're addressing that, yeah, you shouldn't pull the knife out, okay. Let's not forget, the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? The new property management wants me to pay like rent already before signing a new contract with them, and that doesn't seem right to me. Like I don't understand why everything is so last minute. Like why is it like really? I got a text message like just a couple of days before the month turned over, being like, "Hey, we're taking over the property management now." And they have like this online portal thing to go into and everything like that, and it's like hold on, like who the fuck are you people? Like I had a contract with the previous management, not you. Like who the fuck are you? Like are they the same terms? Is it the same rate? That sort of thing. Like yeah, so just like yeah, fuck it, I'll just go. I already don't like it here anyway. I also think Gatsby's allergic to something in the apartment that is making his eyes bad. Because I don't know if anyone was if I said this on stream or not, but when we first moved here, almost a year ago now, a little over a year ago now, his fur around his mouth turned brown. I thought he was
eating something, but it wasn't. It just stayed there for a bit, and I think that's kind of like his fur around his eyes kind of went brown too. You don't have central area, right? Yeah, we don't have central area either. Yeah, this is pretty bad. Yeah, it went away, like it cleared up, but like I wonder if if it caused a problem with his eyes or something. Yeah. I can't find a place to live in Toronto, and their advice is to me is to offer 6 months of rent up front as a bribe. Best of luck to us both. What? I thought you found a place. Did it fall through? That sucks. I'm sorry, Mouse. See, in the past, I have offered 6 months of rent as a bribe to the person who I wanted the house from, and they accused me of dealing drugs. So, sometimes it doesn't work out the other way either. I don't want to do this run around rigmarole. Let me I'll just pay 6 months up front, or was it a year? I'll just pay a year front rent. That's it. This was when the channel was at its height and I could afford to do that. I was like, let me just pay like a full year front for the whole thing, and then we're good, right? That shows you I can afford it. Like, oh no, we're suspicious now. And that's how Joe's Discord avatar was made. Yep, thank you, Merrick. Did you mention this to the vet? I did mention it to the vet, yes. That's why, I think that's one of the reasons why he's on allergy medication right now, yeah. Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. Ha! This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. I'm surprised Susie didn't know that. Maybe when you're a defense lawyer, you just become a little stupid. It's just the stress. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Who's doing that? Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. I do not know. Ooh. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have... Susato. Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. And then to lunch. This protein bar did nothing. I'm starving. Oh, god damn it. I understand believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking. Is it all him? Why is it so slow? Yeah, it is all him. Okay. So Soseki isn't saying shit for this one.
Hold it!
You saying doing it without thinking could be a problem? Does that mean if you used due care and attention, it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but... The blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. So if you ever get stabbed, that's it. The knife is just a part of you now. I'm avoiding your obvious question about whether or not she could have performed triage and helped her right then and there. Like, no. In other words, Sumari, a medic, would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Back to the witness testimony, please. It's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. You ought to know. In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... Oh, I'm talking like you now. Clearly, the defendant, Raymond Bami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. Yeah, shut up. She's stupid defense. The Chewbacca defense. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. You threatening?
Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn.
Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Memabi-san would certainly have been aware of it. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife out for the victim.
Hold it!
Oh, but what if her hands are, like, really magnetic or something, and she didn't realize she was pulling the knife out? But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew was lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
That's true, yeah, that's a good point, yeah.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Wow. Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps only my male persona take a hold a little too much. I'll use my persona. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument.
Where is the knife? I would like to see the knife.
Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. Whatever the motive, it isn't just in Mbami-san's nature to do something so awful. Oh, but she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant. And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law.
Yeah, Susie, this is a really weak sauce approach right now. I'm disappointed. What the fuck?
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please.
Ah yes, Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. That's so true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. Once. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. Ah! I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need reminding of the rudiments, you only need to ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record? It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? Ask for a refresher. I know what to do. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands, putting their fingerprints all over it. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with A.
Ah, I wouldn't let us yet. Okay.
Ah, but look in your eyes. I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
It's all coming back to me. That's a banger song. August, what do we think of that?
Yes, I'll do it straight away.
What do you think of Celine Dion, August?
Bleed blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Okay, we can't investigate that. We can't investigate this. This is a newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory.
Damn, look at Susie.
From Yumi's medical research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen. It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as it is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned his information? Come to think of it.
Oh, the reporter in the background that's here with the writer. Okay.
There was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. For what? I put Ray in charge of the product.
Oh.
Ray? She was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. We need to read this.
Okay, so she was... Oh god. Did she poison Brett, but then someone else stabbed her before the poison went through? So she did try to kill her, but then it turned out that she's not the killer because someone else beat her to the punch? That would be fucking funny.
We need to read this article very carefully.
Or did she get the poison as like bait for Brett to talk to her maybe? Thoughts on this Force tutorial? I feel like it's one of the better reasons.
For refresher, Ace Attorney 1, Phoenix was new. Ace Attorney 2, Phoenix hit his head and forgot how to lawyer. Ace Attorney 3 was a Mia flashback.
Oh, how they're justifying it? Yeah, it's actually flowing quite well too. I don't feel like it's taking too long to go over a bunch of things. Asking the questions at the beginning when the judge was like, "Who was the killer? Who was the victim?" That was a bit slow, but yeah, so far I just feel like the pacing in these two games is just head and shoulders above most of these kind of games that we play.
Raucous England, returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment and his hand quite shocked me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Haha, I'm a Chad, it's fine, don't worry about it. Okay. Article about poison that was stolen from the laboratory. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Sosuke Natsumi on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. Deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Deadly in tiny quantities. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending in the acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Okay. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Maybe she was already dead from someone else poisoning her, and then she stabbed her and took out the blade, but it turns out that she was already dead when that went in, so it didn't matter. Okay, RM. What the fuck is that? Alright, what's RM upside down look like? How do we do that? WY? The RM initials are very clearly engraved here. And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is the key piece of evidence. This is the key piece of evidence in this case. Wilson Yomes? Why would the dots be at the top? There's no way the dots would be at the top. The dots are at the bottom to show you that that's where... Okay, it is this orientation, for sure. There's no way we can get the orientation mixed up. It is Pride Month. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yuma University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose, a business of some kind. But it would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Details of the fountain pen have been updated in the court record. Fountain pen of the victim was found in grasping in her hand. It carries the initials RM as well as emblems and description. We take off the pen's lid. Blood. No? Really? Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Why are we doing that? Oh, it's out of ink? I enjoy a pen. Anyone else enjoy a pen? I enjoy a pen. A well-made pen. I don't know if I could write with a fountain pen, though. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? It's just there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there. That's all. Oh, this is how the poison was injected. Okay. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running, and that's why the wine glass. Okay, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Details of the fountain pen have been updated in the court record. Okay, I don't know. Like we did everything, right? I don't know what to do now. What do we have? Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could be a cause of heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge of the matter. In other words, there's no good reason to defend would pull the knife from the victim. Now, let's not forget that the young student had a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Okay, I don't know what to do. Do I have to press all the fucking things again or no? Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Okay, I don't think there's anything there to talk about. That's just true. Yeah. That's basically knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. She wasn't a medical research assistant. I think she was, right? Wait, why can't I see the people? We're not there yet, I guess. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. I think that the poison is the next step. It's not now. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defense's highly respected mentor. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Let's press them all again and see if something new pops up.
Hold it!
You say doing nothing could be a problem. I wouldn't have thought needing spilling out really, but this blade slick stopping the wound. Removing this serious hemorrhage occurs. In other words, a medical to the present the blade. Do nothing we've managed, just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a wonderful EC counsel. When you have to think these results of the bloodbath. Back to the witness testimony, please. That's basically knowledge that any medical research assistant would announce something like no. What if she's stupid, Lamayo? In that case, there's obvious explanation here, which is clearly defendant Ray Bami-san does not have a possessive ounce of sense. What do you think about that? Katoba, common sense. Yeah, murder. Don't know people today. Friendship, don't understand it. Careful, counsel. Yeah, I don't think it's this one. This life, I'm afraid, lesson everyone's learned. Hopefully, you see really basic knowledge. Being involved in medical research, my Bobby-san would have certainly been aware of it. In other words, there's no good reason for why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. The defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew was lying on the ground bleeding to death. It's like a shock to her sensibilities. Oh, this is the sexism one. So rationally, one's prerogative. Oh dear, you have lost feelings about women. Oh dear. Side of the argument. Whatever the motive, it's just isn't my son nature to do something so awful. Okay, so this is still the same. Objection. And you counsel not appear to know the law. Okay. We pressed the last one, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we did, didn't we? Like, the judge added it to the record and then we pressed it. Inspector, yeah, rear your point about the motive, yeah.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized my mommy's son's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Did we read this? Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in my mommy's son's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in the assessment anywhere. If any would withdraw the knife from the wound would draw threat and mispress life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Suzato, it's at times like these, especially, okay, the fundamentals. Okay, I actually don't know what it wants from me. Okay, let's go read the evidence again. Ask for a refresher. Do we need to ask her? No, we know what to do. It's fine. I think it's probably the last one, because that's the one that wasn't there before. And it has to be something new that we just got. Is it that we have to say that she was poisoned right now or no? I feel like that's a step too far. There's nothing here to look at, right? Did it just change? Oh, it's getting rid of the magnifying glass. Okay. There's the pen. Feathers. Guy on the right looks like a young Karl Marx. He does, yeah. Marcus is return all. Okay. Karate chops. And this is about the that gave us the poison article. Fountain pen bearing initials RM is some description. There's still a very small amount of liquid still inside the ink's reservoir. Oh. Oh. Do I need to like investigate more and see that there's poison inside? Did I miss the poison? I love how I just assume I'm right. The hubris on this streamer. Like, yeah, I'm right. Okay. No, we can't investigate anything else. Deadly poison stolen for Humane Medical Research Laboratory. Following use just stolen. Even the smallest amount into the body would be fatal. Current methods cannot detect newly developed chemical use was consulted. Onset symptoms was amid, starting with the impaired breathing and such suggested apparently by the military. I actually don't know what to do. I straight up don't know what to do. I'm stuck on the tutorial. I don't know what to do. Okay, let's not forget the young student did have a motive for killing him. Okay, that's just true. We can't do that. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull him out. Okay, I guess we have to do this one. So it's this one. So what evidence do we have that says, no, she did have a good reason. It's the poison. She's stupid. Brett asked her to. It's basically medical knowledge and the system enough to know. Pulling with the cause of bleeding. The man with the victim murdered 9 months ago. Dr. Wilson was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Okay, that's also true. Yeah, so I don't think it's that. Wilson's W. What was Wilson's other name? Is this something about like the pulling the blade didn't cause the heavy bleeding? It was the stab already or something like that in the autopsy report? Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death would have been occurred within minutes.
I mean, it's gotta be either the poison or the pen, right? Because that's the ones that we investigated. These all generators are there's no reason why the film would try to pull knife from the victim. Suffocate the young student Devin benefit from the victim. Benefit from the murder 9 let's go their both defense of high respected mentor. Okay, I guess we just try one. Do we try the poison? Do we try the fountain pen? Death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound was identified. I don't know. Even if, like, she did think, hey, she's already dead, why would you pull the knife out? I don't understand. Like, what reason could she possibly have to pull the knife out no matter what? Did she think the knife was coated in poison, so she needs to get the knife out right away? Because she doesn't want her to die? I'm just gonna do it and see.
Objection!
No, there is one possibility, one very good reason why the defendant might have decided to draw the knife for the victim's wound. What? The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but also a poor loser.
Was that really correct?
Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial University. The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But...
Prosecutor Ouchie, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Hates newspapers. Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency. Yes, of course. Thank you.
Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause.
The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says, poison stolen from laboratory, deadly in tiny quantities. Why is the poison being developed? Okay, it's 1 or 2. So poison stolen from laboratory, she stole it, or deadly in tiny quantities. She needs to get there's poison on the knife. Maybe she needs to get it out. It's gotta be that. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible.
Okay, am I just even tighter than I thought, or was that actually kind of a hard jump to make there? You have to infer that. I guess the way you get there is because you have to get the information from inspecting the evidence, but like linking those two together on that one is like wow, that was actually kind of tricky. Holy shit.
Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What?
Objection! This is a complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife's blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. This was a secret poison. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold. Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. What? Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. Well, actually, in that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. I'm glad we're all on the same side. On what grounds did she do it, yokel? My learned yokel friend? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved?
Because she poisoned the knife.
If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? All the coffee you can munch on. You can't possibly.
From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. From my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
Loves Naruhodo. In that case, counsel, you'll present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? The newspaper article itself, that it was stolen. Right?
Take that!
How exactly would you explain this piece of evidence's connection to the newspaper article?
In truth, I'm not really sure. But my father always taught me to ask my elders whenever I was in trouble. So I thought I should ask your opinion, Your Excellency.
If it is advice you seek, counsel, then I suggest that before indiscriminately thrusting evidence under my nose, why not thrust it under the nose of the professor at your side? Oh shit, I think he means you. Good grief, thrusting that under my nose isn't going to solve anything here. We must use our heads. The article in the paper. Oh, it's that her pupils were constricted. Oh, okay. All right. I'm trying to link that she's the one that stole the poison. We're not there yet. Okay. Now, where have we seen similar details? Does nowhere come to mind?
Oh, you mean I'll search through all the evidence looking for that?
If I'm not mistaken, it appears the advice of your elders has given you an idea.
Yes, I'd like another chance to present evidence, if I may, Your Excellency.
In that case, counsel, will you present what evidence demonstrates clearly?
Take that!
Well, if this is wrong, we only have 3 more to do.
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the postmortem report, which reads: extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please, do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition the victim was noted in the postmortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
I'm in my Brad arc.
Grotesque, well. Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. The poison from Cusco's poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils in Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is a very compelling evidence. Ooh, tisk you, rah, yokel student, yokel professor, rah.
I believe defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Eugene Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. Is he gonna go in the stand? It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Ha! Listen to the bumbling academic.
Just go do that then. It's not like the corpse is getting any deader.
unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father, son. It's a pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. None of this is Professor Mikotopa's fault. It's all my fault. Ray-san.
Membabi-san! Membabi-san! I can't do it in his voice. You stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. I told you about it, but you must have forgotten because of temporary amnesia induced by his karate chops to your neck that temporarily cut off blood loss to your brain and stopped you from forming memories in the 30 seconds that I told you about the poison.
Well, that's true. I remember him coming over and telling me that when I karate chopped you.
That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken.
Man, strings are so good, huh?
So I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? Oh, you don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman.
Miss Jezebel Brett. The victim.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable.
Yeah, that tracks. That's what she's like, yeah. And we love her for it. Big Anna Angel vibes.
I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. And then a knife that was dangling from the ceiling via a string with a candle under it to burn the string after a certain moment suddenly fell as the wick got high enough and burned high enough to get through the string, and then the knife fell down into her back, and then I pulled out the knife, and then that she framed me. And then the shot put ball came in from the tent for the roof. That's when I saw the knife in her back.
What?
Like, someone stabbed her through the wall? I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it.
In other words, Sumari, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. So everyone who does localization for these games has read Umineko, is what I'm learning. Okay.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes, if the amount that entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I'd hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Okay, seems like a slam dunk to me. All right, case over. Oh wait, we have to find out who actually really killed her in order for the defendant to get acquitted or found not guilty, because that's how this works. Someone has to go down for it. Well, someone has to go to jail, exactly. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you have confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Attention!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, Minbami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well, I don't fucking know.
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge. You have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You'll produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Aochi. Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I'd imagine there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. Holy shit. But you've brought this on yourself.
How does this photograph exist? What are you talking about? Fucking Sholmes's fucking security camera bullshit has gone over to Japan now too?
What the? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. She's pulling it out. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature, for it shows the precise moment that Membe-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. I think it's showing the precise moment she pulled it out. No, that's not true. That's impossible. I don't believe it. Ah.
I love that she's doing Ryu's animations. Very, very cute. Order, order, order. Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. Yeah, that's what it just broke right now. All right, I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Suzato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. Oh shit, I'm now Yusuke. Sorry, it is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. The incriminating photograph has been entered into the court record. I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm generally lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray. That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. Oh, it was me, time traveling, a lot of heart. My new job is to just go around with my time traveling machine, not to prevent murders, but to take photographs that can be perfect evidence during all these cases. I sure do love presenting photographs for trials. Don't really like preventing murders. Might get murdered myself like that. And then, you know what? It reminds me of that time I tried to travel to the future and took a photograph of myself being stabbed at a crime scene. Maybe because I started trying to prevent the crime scenes themselves. Oh well, got that to look forward to. Here we go. What the fuck are you talking about? That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to the Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. It's the guy in the background. It's gotta be. It's gotta be the guy in the background. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. And there's nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Fucking deep fake. Goodness. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Oh, so did I. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. He's got a point. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn? Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense isn't able to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. What do you mean? It's just her pulling the knife out. Oh no. Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. Okay, this would, like, switching over to a different mode where you drive a car down a Las Vegas street that has neon lights and knock over the right pedestrian in order to figure out what's going on would hit so hard right now. I would really like to be able to do that. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. Haha, you'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Kazuki Ouchi in a court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it. Well, Counsel. Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I don't know.
Wait, hold on. People are here. People are here now.
He's not here. The guy that's like taking his photograph in the background isn't here. It's gotta be him. A medical school professor at the Imperial Yumi. He's only 3 years older than me. Oh my fucking god. What the fuck? No! What the shit, man? Oh, a medical school professor at the Imperial Yumi University. He's an authority in forensic medicine in charge of the university's laboratory. He also happens to be my father. Ray Membami, an assistant of my father in the laboratory at the Imperial Yumi University. She's my best friend and considers herself very much indebted to the late Dr. John Wilson. Giselle Brett, 25, the victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting Professor Dr. John Wilson. Tadexi Auchi, 52, the lead prosecutor of this case, who appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot as a result of the turbulent new times in Japan, the Meiji era. Satoru Hosonaga, 30, a chief inspector in the Imperial Police Bureau, who was surreptitiously submerged in the sea in order to keep watch over Miss Brett. He was present at the time of her murder. A former visiting student to the British Empire who returned to Japan after a spell of bad luck with the law. He is now a successful author and witnessed the current state. All right, I'm saying I don't know because it's fucking hilarious. And the truth is, I don't know. No, if I give up now, I'll never be able to look Ray in the eye again. Susato, you need to steel yourself and summon your best argument. I'll do my best. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now, but if I can come up with an answer plausible enough to make it so the trial continues. I just gotta stall for time. Ghost of Naruto in the corner nodding. Yeah. Oh, does this mean you're dead? Nah, I'm just visiting. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. I'm kind of curious myself where this was delivered from. Yeah, I'm on your side. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could? Time traveling, lot of heart. Time traveling, lot of heart. However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mysterious photographer? It's got to be the newspaper article, right? Somehow knew about it. There was a reporter there at the scene that found out about the poison. It's got to be.
Take that!
The piece of evidence in question is this. Oh, it wasn't. I'm afraid, Counsel, that when presenting evidence, you must learn to temper those wide, nervous eyes. Oh, shit. I'm obliged to penalize you for lack of focus in both your eyes and your answer. Would you care to squeeze your head in your hands again, Counsel, to punish yourself for presenting such utterly irrelevant evidence? Okay, what is it then, if it's not that? I'll squeeze my head as many times as it takes to win this trial, Your Excellency. May I? Is it that there's like something to do with it's the same camera that took the other photograph maybe? You may present another piece of evidence, but no more squeezing, Counsel. Which piece of evidence reveals something mysterious? Like is this a crack on the lens? No, it's not. Okay, I don't know what it is then. I have no fucking clue. It is a crack on the... Holy shit, that's kind of hard too. Wow.
Take that!
Okay, different newspaper article then. Ooh. What is that? The newspaper again. Raucous England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. If you look closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Ah, yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens. Ah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like. Inside? There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Good gracious! Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too. Well, that tells us nothing. Ah, yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. I just told you. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council. Oof. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. I don't know, can you put them side by side so I can cross my eyes to make sure? How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of the photographer's technique of using a camera with a cracked lens. A camera defect, that's the cracked lens. Some tree branches that are the thing that caused the crack on the lens to be there, a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device, yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. Scratches that could be a result of tumultuous time traveling. In short, Sumari, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. Actually, it's super easy, barely an inconvenience. I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? Arr! That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? Okay, don't you guys remember who the photographer was then? Like, you were both there. I see why you were called a Raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's many memo, I tell you. Many memo. Me, mo. Okay, good use of that meme format. Soseki-san, what the fuck are you doing? Did you say many mimo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Menimemo. Yes, hounding me from the dawn till dusk. Ah, now that he mentions it. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. I knew it. Could that same reporter be? A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle. I was just about to say it, yeah. Don't know why I came here tonight. Right in Minimo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Memo something? An enemy? By Menimo. Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring it to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. Oh, and one more thing. I want this knife. The murder weapon. Examined for traces of poison. Oh, so we do have the knife. Okay. You'll solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task, understood? Meh. Minimo. Yep, okay. Please do more streams with 5 hours of horrible sleep. This is peak. Don't actually hope you get proper rest soon. It's like being drunk without having to have alcohol. Thank you for the bits, Henry. This case is so long, I forgot. Are we not gonna have time to finish it today, or no? th of August, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court Adjudicature, Defendants Antechamber 3. Oh, sorry, I didn't finish the thought that I said earlier. So, because I'm gonna have to find a new place to move, either hopefully by July 1st, but it might be August 1st. I might have to take a break from streams to find the place and also move. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to like move quickly enough to just resume streams. So, I also need to do packing, like and clean the apartment, that sort of thing. I wasn't planning on moving. There was a really good house that came on the market 2 months ago that I really wish I had snapped up at that point, but I think I would have in breach of the contract that I had here now, but now the contract's void because they just transferred over to another one without any warning. I know this is weird. I've rented a lot of places in my life, and I've never, because we've just moved around a lot, I've never had like authority over managing the property change hands like that. And not only did it change hands like in a text message like 3 days before the month ticked over. And I messaged the guy and I'm like, hey, so I'm still paying you rent for the next month, right? And he's like, no, it's going to the new people. I'm like, what? The guy who managed the property was really nice too. When there was a water outage a few months back, and he just brought bottles of water and just left them on my back door. Didn't even knock the door. Didn't even bother me. He just like, okay, properties I manage in the area don't have water. He just brought water over just in case to make sure that we were okay. There's just stuff like that. Didn't like, it was bottled water for the store too. Didn't have to pay for it either. So like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on. It sounds like a scam if you don't have the paper. I don't think it's a scam. I think it has changed hands. It just like maybe it changed hands in a in like a hostile way. I'm not sure. I'm so sorry, Suzato. I should have told you about the toxin. Rayson. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. I kinda wanna play Silk Song again. I think I just wanna play a bunch of gameplay games right now. I'm enjoying this, but I think I really wanna play Mina the Hollower. Man, what has Stellar Blade and Sifu done to me? Shit. What did we play between those? Did we play another gameplay game between those? What was it? Neon White? Was there another one? Is the new landlord trying to throw you out? No, I don't think so. I want to leave, so they don't even have to try. Pragmata, yeah. So I hope to retrieve the substance from the English woman before anyone found out. We're gonna play 007 after this. Yeah, it's the next game after this. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Suzato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last. Yeah, I remember. I also remember that that's a fucking stupid claim, considering that one of the biggest trials that I did over in England was, it turned out that the person we were defending, it turned out to be guilty and did it, and it was our blind faith that caused a lot of problems for us during that trial and in the future. But no, I'm right back on my bullshit. Here we go. By the way, Permana and Stellar Blade good. Yeah, they're both really good. Yeah. I would say Stellar Blade has better gameplay than Pragmata, but Pragmata's gameplay was actually pretty good too. They both had similar problems with like exploration and level design being just kind of like okay to good. Visually, they were both pretty good. I think I enjoyed Stellar Blade more than Pragmata. Had a lot more bosses, but the combat in Pragmata was interesting. Mio Memories in Orbit, peak game that had the best exploration vibes on par with OG Hollow Knight. I think I've heard of that game. Yeah, I think I've seen it. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. It's like how Dr. House says, everyone lies. This is just how you are a lawyer, I guess. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. Susato, takedown. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. Wow, so you really find this attractive in the male getup, huh? I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato. I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, you betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no. I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. You know what? I think I learned something today. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task, and also should never be done. Yes, Father, that fact certainly has struck home. Like, you should have faith in people, but not blind faith in people. Dad, what the fuck are you doing? Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. We're in. Oh, Ray. I can't trust you. Content creators are some of the least people that you should trust. Are you kidding? Absolutely not. Like, enjoy our content, but fucking don't trust us at all. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? No. You know, I'm one of the good ones, but even then, you still shouldn't trust me just as a matter of course. Like, yeah, absolutely. I was so scared, you know. Pick me, streamer. When it happened, I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back and the pen already in her hand. What's the pen? The pen is definitely where the poison was, for sure. So did she kill herself instead of going to stand trial in Shanghai and then someone stabbed her in the back before that? Like, what's going on here? Is Wilson not dead? Ghost Wilson? Time-traveling Lotta Hart is now creating the murders to sate her lust to take photographs of crime scenes. Thank you, Pincer Art, for the bits. I've never been more glad I made the Fuka Voice Wikipedia page than I have been for the greatest history. It's evergreen, man. The weeb game. This is one of the primest weeb game tropes is the Fuka-san. Like, it's forever and ever and ever. It took us way too long to get this emote. Fucking hell. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. I love that it turned out to be Fuka too, because she had so many scenes where that's all she did. What are my lines for this scene? You're just gonna say everyone's names after they talk in a very like melancholy, sad, but with an undercurrent of hope sort of way that you feel bad for them. Really? Yeah, that's it. That's all you're saying. Okay. The police should be hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. In another timeline, the emote is Juna because she kept saying sister over and over and over again. But nah, it's got to be Fuka. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. I read the report too, yeah. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Okay, so give it to them then. Chemical reagent? I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. Chemical reagent has been entered into the court record. Isn't this like super secret government shit? A special indicator solution for a new poison under development of my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's laboratory. Okay, it's in the pen for sure. It's in the pen for sure. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very, very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yumi Medical Research Laboratory. Shout out to the article I read like 20 years ago now about some spy thing where someone like had a poison dart launched out of an umbrella, so they would just walk down the street and they see a target, they would just kind of like put the umbrella up and just like and that poison pellet into their leg, and they would die sometime later and not even know. I don't even know if it's true, but like I remember reading it. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the English woman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Seki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, I don't think it is, sir. I think this is a red herring. I don't think she would be guilty again. Maybe she did steal it. But she's definitely not the killer. Because she's the one that's dead. Okay, maybe some more sleep. As you know, while the United Kingdom could not entertain novel inventions as evidence, we here in Japan are not as stuck in our ways. And the judge will just go, yes, I see, wish I could read. Yeah, there we go. Do you know about the one guy who died incredibly painfully because the KGB left fucking plutonium in one of his gifts and he got radiation poisoning? I did not know that. There was a House episode that was similar to that, wasn't there? You're so good at this, Joe. Thank you. Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there. It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. Oh, the cube? But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison. Oh, yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This Minimimo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. The reporter did for sure. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. And then he went there in disguise, also had a turtle on his head. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel! You've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. Holmes? The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Yes. Jesus, shit, you son of a bitch. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down now. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. '13th of August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. God, the presentation of this game is so good. I hereby call the court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membami. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. New hair sprouted. What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Jezebel Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. So there's no poison on the knife. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. I had the reagent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. Counsel, what were the results?
I kind of like being Susie more than Naruhodo. I feel like she's more interesting. What the fuck? I feel like she has more going on. I thought I wouldn't like it, but I think it's more fun. What one playthrough Celebrate does to a man?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
Too bad she's gonna die then, that's true, yeah.
What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. What if all the poison just went into her blood? The murder weapon has been entered into the court record, finally. A small knife from the scene of the crime that was found in the victim's back. No trace of poison was found on the blade. Why did they not let us have the murder weapon before? They just didn't want to get us to overwhelm the tutorial, maybe? In short, Sumari, the accused feeble excuse earlier, has been utterly destroyed. Ah. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
The scene called Woke is that being playing as a woman. I don't like playing as a woman. I just like playing as an interesting character. It doesn't really matter if they're a man or a woman to me. I didn't think that her as position as the sidekick to Ryu, I didn't think it would translate. Usually it doesn't translate into being an interesting main character. Or perspective character, but so far it's actually working quite well, I think. Yeah, maybe it is because she's pretending. I just feel like she has more interesting thoughts than Ryu does. Ryu is pretty good too, though. Ryu is definitely better than Phoenix Wright. I'm sorry if that's a hot take. I still like Edgeworth. Edgeworth's probably still overall my favorite character in all these games. I think he's just, every time he's on the screen, it's just so much fun. And I like his interplay with Phoenix, but I don't really like Phoenix by himself. I like Phoenix in the context of Edgeworth. I like Edgeworth all by himself, but I also like Edgeworth in the context of Phoenix as well. Like, they have really good interplay, but I feel like Chadworth can actually stand on his own, whereas Phoenix can't really. I also really don't like Maya and Phoenix's bit. I feel like they don't even really get along. Like, they're always kind of like ribbing each other and kind of in some really unfunny ways. So they're just going through the motions. I don't really like them. But again, it's been years since I played them, so maybe I'm misremembering their relationship. I like Ryu way better than Phoenix. The newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph at the crucial moment. Good. Isn't Phoenix the like a side character in? I can't remember his name. Like, the ones that come after, you play as someone else, don't you? You play as some Apollo Justice, and Phoenix is the side character in that. I wonder if Phoenix is better in those games. Remember, chat, I've only ever played the first 3 in these 2, so like there's a shit ton of Phoenix content that I haven't seen. There's also a shit ton of Chadworth content I haven't seen.
I've seen a lot of unofficial Chadworth and Phoenix yeah, I saw like yeah, we should get to them eventually. I don't know. Very well, officer. Bring the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, no poison on the knife, you're going to jail for life. How could the toxin have entered the victim's body? It is him. I knew it. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Minimo. Writing many memo of the Show You News. I'm what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, father? Do you know? Oh no, what's a journo with you? It's a simple contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen and paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. Also related to a lot of heart. Ooh, damn. Not bad biceps, actually. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing, the nice guy of news. Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourselves, people. Mememo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up for foul play, defended by a curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72-point in 5-leg format for the morning edition. Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Well, happenstance. I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's stream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsushi Ouchi. That's Taketsushi Ouchi. Fucking hell, I can't say your name. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness, why aren't you asking about me? Super hot judge with the best fit of all the judges in the land. Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Why didn't you intervene? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. That's what I always say. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. Yep, there we go. That's what I call my menomemoism. Fucking hell. Menomemoism? Menomemoism? Menomemoism. Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Nightcrawler is a fucked movie. That Nightcrawler has one of the worst people. And when I say it's interesting, like it's an interesting movie. I'm not saying that it's a bad character. Like it's a very interesting character. I'm talking like morally bad. He is fucking awful. Oh my god, the depths of the depravity that guy goes through. That is such an interesting movie. It's so fucked up. If you haven't seen it, I suggest you watch Nightcrawler. Really, really good movie. Thank you, Nurse250 for the 18 months. Thank you very much. With the Joms, Jake Gyllenhaal is really, really good. I don't think I've ever seen Jake Gyllenhaal play a role badly. I think I've seen like maybe 5 or 6 movies, so not a lot, but like, yeah. That is such a fucked up movie. I thought it was going to be about a guy teleporting around that turns blue and like maybe saves the president and fights Magneto, but it turns out that doesn't happen in that timeline just yet. Yes, right, that was me, Menemo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Show You News offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that English woman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? A criminal, left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen? Not on my watch. It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. So did you kill her? The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Humph. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Oh, that's the insignia for the pen. Over there, on the back of the pen. Okay. What's his name? RM? Fuck off. It is RM. Okay, so it's him. Humph. Well, anyway, okay, so making such a big to-do about the M in his name and all the puns and everything like that is misdirection, so you don't immediately clock that. Okay, that is really well done. I like that a lot, actually. Holy shit. Humph. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Bob Law's Law Blog. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Oh yeah? What do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes, from start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Menemo-san. Menemo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Okay, so if he says, I saw her stabbing Brett, then he is the killer. The camera never lies, but the person holding it will. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through, and also that a knife could go through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor. She stabbed her in the back. Ooh, what? My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames, quick as a flash. I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Read screens, you say? Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. It's very pleasant while you're getting changed. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Yeah, hotting up, okay. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens? Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. Pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Yeah, you said. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. The tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's Menemo-ism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right. I was gonna say, why didn't he try to save the woman that was being killed? But okay. Damn, he can hold that for a while, huh? Oh, I really want to do some chest flies now. Oh, I would love to do some chest flies right now. Oh! It seems clear to me that there are some circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses. Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's a transformer. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. And what a chest. The camera never lies. Each hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there are plenty of gaps I could see inside through. What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Perving on people getting changed inside, maybe? Like, what kind of person are you? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because, as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. Oh! I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Okay. Nope, you got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even menoism, it's basic journalism. Dude, just trust me. If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? No? Tell the court then, witness. What sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut? Yep, and she was raging like my journo spirit. And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her any more, there would have been eggs. Okay, the man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. Nah, they do that now, bro. Like, yeah, it's fucking insufferable. But the students' rantings fell on deaf ears like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. Nice description. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is that woman on the dock in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor. She stabbed her in the back. Bum, 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 bum. Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha, the precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. Okay, lying? I have here a sample plan of the beach hut, a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. No. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut smiling sweetly is what I have noted down. You're taking notes? It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Whoa! Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. Objection? Objection, conjecture, objection. I don't know if that's the right word, but we're saying it. Conjecture. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. Leading the jury, the English woman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. Okay, that is very different than what we've known before. Humph. What you describe as a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what menomism says. Beach hut plan has been entered into the court record. A plan and layout in the small beach hut where the victim was found. By the way, Menememo-san, Whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Let's see if Baldur's right about the Triumph Directive. Oh, Baldur's right. Journalists have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison derriere. That tree, whatever the fuck. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? That's bullshit. Obviously not. An observer always remains. On the outside looking in. Why did you send the photograph to the prosecution then? Dipshit. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Fucking David Attenborough's code over here? What the fuck? Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you? I will grant the defense's request. Menememo-san, will you supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement? Well, nihilism is the foundation of Menememoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer. Looked the rough weave of one of the screens, picked the book, and see the perfect shot. Did we press that one? A swollen journal spirit busting the flying screen. We didn't do that one. What was the last one we did? This one? We did 3, didn't we?
Hold it!
So you saw the thing. Yeah, okay, so we just Would you rather spend a 12-hour plane journey next to Menemenemo or a 5-hour car drive next to Lotta Hart? Shit. Lotta Hart. I can tank 4 hours.
Hold it!
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident. Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic Menomenoism. Okay, yeah, makes sense, okay. It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. Yeah, sure, that's it. Yeah, my burning desire to see something or other exposed. Yeah, sure, why not? There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though. Does he have Minorikawa vibes? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How then? Did you manage to take the photograph? Judge, we already did this. Ah, yes, that. I'm glad you asked.
Thank you, SkullProTag, for the 8-month resub with a heart with one of the flags. I don't know that one. Sorry, what's that one? It doesn't tell me when I mouse over it. Sorry. Maybe someone in chat knows. Thank you very much for the heart and the resub though, SkullProTag. And thank you to Queen Saf for the 13 months too. Am I the only one who thinks Susato looks like Morag in this outfit? Oh, a little bit. I see it. Yeah, it's the pulled up hair in the cap. I think. Yeah.
Hold it!
But the 2 women inside didn't notice? Ha, obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you were doing. No, a journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on. Did he just make that up? Is he really the killer? He came to court after all. Really? The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There's nothing more to be said. Never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer.
Hold it!
Really, you didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
And then it shows the insignia of the pen right there on his arm. Nice.
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you. Yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Menememo-san and humanism don't always agree. Most of the time, in those instances, Menememoism comes out on top. It's so hard to say. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on. Surely he's making all this up. Calypso has spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. Oh, I read the line wrong there. As you've no doubt seen done many times before in your role as judicial assistant. Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. Press turn system. Okay, so see inside. Oh, you know what we should do? We should look at the new evidence that we have. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Yeah, the poison would be written in German, yeah. Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese, and we'd all be able to read it? German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit of labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Oh, it's got one of those little things that you squeeze and the liquid goes up. I like those. Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. It's a very simple knife, actually. Where's the sheath for it? Okay, so where is he claiming to be? Like here or here? Okay, I think we have to present the pen to he never went into the room.
Objection!
Menemo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more Menemenoism. Fuck no. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Recriminatory? I'm saying that wrong, sorry. Menemo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you... If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Membami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also RM? No. Written Many Memo RM. That's horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of Menomenoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is? Horsey horse dung. Menememo-san, is it not the case that before she died, You met with Jezebel Brett in that beach hut. Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Hmm? And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
Show us the clue. In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. I'm having a great time. These are always entertaining. Can't believe I'm getting paid for this.
Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is...
Got it!
As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize. Memo-san. Memo-san.
Goodness me. It's the emblem of the Show You News.
In other words, Sumari, the owner of this pen, is an employee of the Show You News, whose initials are RM in the coffee. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Oh. Well, Memo-san, how do you respond? No. Order! Explain yourself, witness. Ha ha ha. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before? When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. As many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. That's true, they do say that. I've heard it before, yeah. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, alright, but on one condition. You're not in the place to bargain right now. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man is guilty as fuck, has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big. Really big. What? What? Okay, alright, we don't negotiate with witnesses, right? Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Kind of fucked up. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Of course you will. Yeah, why not? Officer, summon the early witness back to the stand. Soseki-san, hiding something? Thank you, Thea34 for 12 months. Thank you very much for the 1-year resub. Don't really have anything clever to say with my sub. Just want to let you know that I love your streams and they've been a big help in getting through some tough times. I'm glad to help you with that. It's always a nice message to hear that the streams can be a distraction or can, you know, take your mind off something, which is another way of saying distraction because I'm distracted. Thank you very much, Thea. Hopefully tough times pass. And then you can enjoy the streams for the right reasons, the witness service. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. Wait, what, hold on, what the fuck? Oh. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why Menemenism demands I reveal it now. You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question? That's, you know, true, yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. Edgar Allan, bro, why didn't you bring it up before? What the fuck, bro? Like, an answer that incriminates the accused. Really? Alright? Convenient? This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? I'm with you, actually, yeah. Why didn't you mention this before? You yokel hack? That's your go-to, huh? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the Withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. Why the fuck do I have to do it? Like, clearly this is a fucking kangaroo court at this point. This court must and will know the truth. I'm so curious. Get this story to go along. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Cross-examination. Witness the secrets. And a lot of cross-examinations. I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life. That's not the way I phrased it. Meno-memoism calls for straight talking. Wow. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Speaking of being straight as a ruler, ask every question you're asking in the menu in a restaurant, I say, it's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. I didn't. Mystery is a woman's charm. God, she was so good. Phew, that told me, so I waltzed right out of there. Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. Then, watching secretly from the outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Any meno-memoist will tell you that. Let them think you've left, then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Why did you try to hide the fact that you've spoken to her and about the pen and everything too? Are you just stupid or are you guilty? Please, do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. Why didn't he say that? And so Seki-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache swirling, twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back, behind, baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Poor Soseki-san, his experiences in London have scarred him deeply. No, poor Soseki-san lied on the stand. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal, emptiness, empty, eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happens. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. Dude, what was the question? What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, You should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Riderman? Don't you? Don't you? What? Huh? What? Ah! Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Witness me! Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, sounds like a lovely day. The seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then, all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. I thought you didn't see it, I thought you just heard it. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan, a moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? Tell us, man, tell us, I'm so curious. She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. No, that's not the rule. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will. Awoo. I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant, which is where the person had been outside with the camera, I'm guessing. Press? So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Twice? Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She couldn't talk. She was stabbed. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese. Okay, you know what? Maybe. She was super duper racist. She died as she lived. Insulting Japanese people. Oh dear, Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Riderman? Huh? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor between us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. It also is pointing back to where she got stabbed through the fucking reeds, though. No. Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? You never asked. But fiddlesticks, I say. This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. Ooh, to somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all! You mean your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing at are both unclear? Oh, if only we could time travel back and see. Well, this looks like a job for me! Kicks the courtroom doors open. Yes, that's it. Very, very unclear. Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger has wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. Kind of becoming a lot of heart there a little bit. I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No. No. The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers, hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. So that's why she was sitting on a stool, because it has no back. So someone stabbed her through the reeds, before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. Gatsby, stop scratching at the wall. What are you doing? This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just not in a position to establish what actually happened at this point in time. But if I fail to come up with something, if we fail to present a credible alternative to the judge, this trial will reach a very unfavorable conclusion. There's no time to hesitate here, Susato. I understand. I'll worry about whether or not I can establish an alternative theory after I've established it. Now you're thinking like a lawyer. Whatever you really mean by that, it's worth a shot. Kazuma's ghost smiling in the chat. She gets it. Wipes a tear from eye. She gets it. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh? To what end, counsel? I just don't want to. I want to be a lawyer for a bit longer. The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Attention!
An alternative theory? None exists. There was someone else present at the scene. Who could have committed this crime? What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. What a brave racist killer she was. This is fiction, fantasy. Very well, as you seem so sure of yourself, counsel. I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. She might not even be dead at this point. So young Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Right here, right here. This is where she was stabbed, right? So right here outside, right? Is it gotta be here, or is it gotta be like here outside, stabbing through the reeds?
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. Married? The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? What? Order! 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 But student lawyer Naruhodo-san, Esquire. Student lawyer Naruhodo-san. Susie pretending to be a man so she can get into the courtroom by masquerading as a student lawyer Naruhodo-san. That makes no sense at all. You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut. Wait, it wasn't the reporter? God, who was it then? Was it the detective? Was it the inspector? There's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Joe, you can't just go into Fuka voice whenever someone says "san." Watch me. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you yokel. Maybe someone planted the knife between the reeds and she leaned back in her chair, kind of to gloat about, ha, yeah, it was me that killed the poison, accidentally stabbed herself. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? This photograph, right? That he took it through the reeds. Well, I presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence. Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears out your theory of how the victim was stabbed. It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency. I think the word you're looking for, counsel, was downfall. Wait, that's not it! If your theory is correct and the knife was thrust into Miss Brett's back from outside the hut, there should be a visible trace somewhere. A trace? Yes, on the hut itself. Armed with that idea, I must look through the court record again. Oh, really? Your Excellency, the defense would like to present a different piece of evidence. I thought it was that because he pulled the reeds open, that he could pull the reeds open a little bit and stab through. Okay, go ahead. All right, it must be in the photograph of the crime scene then. Yeah, there it is.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust was that was delivered from outside the beach hut. Do you take us for fools? There's no such hint of any such thing. What if she was knife kicked? Oh, that's true. What if the knife was delivered via a glitch of animation and it was like a foot that went through the thing and the knife just like then appeared afterwards? It's been known to happen on stream. That is possible. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is I'm referring to. Uh-oh. Yoshino. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is a trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut? Oh, well, clearly it's the blood, because that's where the stabbing happened, right?
Take that!
Look closely, just here. Whoa, it changed. It's kind of a spooky shot. If the screen, in the screen in the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. Then open your eyes. You're blind as well as bald. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. By parting the reeds, that's how he did the misdeed. Yes. Sorry, I like the stupid rhymes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Ah! And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Raiten Memo-san, it could have only been you. No!
Attention!
Oh, it's the music where they keep objecting back and forth. Here we go. This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim almost lies exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower? No, you idiot. She got stabbed and then stood up and then walked forward. No, of course not. We're not. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. But the defendant's guilty. We can't believe her. She's lying. A stool? Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of the person who was sitting on that stool. Well, my word! So in fact, that's why I never sit against walls, just to be safe, yeah. So in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Ah! Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. What about the poison? But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. We're gonna have to do another cross-examination to do the poison. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. That's so true. By your silence, Menememo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd!
Order! That will do! It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness.
No, we're gonna have one last objection. No, it wasn't me.
I finally made him cave.
Johnson? I must say, I've never been more proud.
Really? No, this can't be. The Ouchi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and... Hold it! So no confetti court? Ha ha ha. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. Okay, you know what? He does kind of have a point. Like, someone else could have been there and stabbed her before he turned around and got to the part with the reeds, right? But he is claiming that he saw the whole thing through the reeds, so he should have been able to see. What if he was on like a different wall and he didn't know that someone else was on the other side? Like, I do think it was him, but I don't think this is a slam dunk right now.
But we've established the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, the trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. What the fuck are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison for Brett. Brett's poison. The poison? Yeah, that poison. Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right?
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used.
I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Why did you stab her then? Was it taking too long?
Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes.
Did she just tank the poison? She was just built different?
If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. That's true. That's a good point, yeah.
How refreshing to hear argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite shrimply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Oh, so now you're on team poison when it suits you? Okay, actually, shut the fuck up.
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... Ta-ha-ha-ha! Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. Ugh. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Oh. Okay, does it matter? Because we've already proved that Reed didn't do it, so let's just move on. Order! But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see... Oh, every time I do it makes me laugh. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass have been knocked out of the sandy floor of the beach hut. Carbonated water, eh? Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Why would I poison her and then go and stab her? We've already established I'm the one who stabbed her with a knife, so why would I poison her? I'm not guilty of killing her. I'm just guilty of stabbing her in the back through a fucking wall. That's what I just did, but she was dead already. Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. Fucking hell. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot at that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide for anything in my life. Wow. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many-memoism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminate the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. This must be how Naruhodo feels at the end of literally every single fucking trial that he's ever done. Just where is this trial going to take us? I hope there's like a montage of all the trials that Naruhodo has done while Susie has been gone. All just snippets of ridiculous things that you just take out of context. That would be such a funny bit. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and that's the very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? Ooh, you're calling a kangaroo to the stand, alright. Really is a kangaroo court. What do you mean the confetti was laced with poison? Whoosh. So the knife was thrown from the top of Big Ben? Whoosh. The entire Thames was poisoned just for this one person, and they're the only one who drank it? just non-stop back-to-back bullshit. When I heard the student was the girl of the pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts were going to punish Brett for a while for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. So you admit it then, that everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. What? A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Okay, so, like, even though she was already gonna die from the poison, bro, you still stab someone with a knife in the back. You're going down for like she might have died from the blood loss before the poison killed her. Like, you're still dead, bro. Stop bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Okay, are we hearing this, Judge? We're done, right? Okay. Attempted murder means it wasn't murder. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. Lot of heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. Okay, explain how. And suddenly, snap, this journo here is off the hook. The argument is sound. What? If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. But if you knew that Ray poisoned, why did you stab? Justice at last. Justice for all. This is unbelievable. And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Is this judge even real? Maybe it's another lady. Judge putting the fake fucking beard on every single morning to go into the courtroom. Order, order, order. Everyone in here is a woman. The whole entire legal system is just women pretending to be men. And that's why Kobe made so much progress in proving his guilt. Is he going to get away with it now? Oh, here we go. Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. Complete innocence. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Give the judge the Minthara voice. Okay, I'll see if we can do it next time. So you do admit that you had murderous intentions toward Miss Brett then? The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of he's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our Empire soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Okay, so if you think that she deserves to die, and she got poisoned, why are you bringing down another Japanese person with you? When like you're guilty, you stabbed her, you're done. Like no matter what, like just take like if you're going down for it, then take the credit. What's the problem? Fly the flag of justice, and things right for the. I said something really bad there. Sorry. And yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yet the real reason was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Happy Pride. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her?
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously, that'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. This is how I have to come out as bi, really? Shit. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today. Okay, how do you do Minthara's voice again? Fresh orders. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. That's not the kind of law this court upholds. You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. Ungrease me. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor in medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Huh? Our case was to be heard by the British consular court in Shanghai, however. Yeah, she would have gotten away with it, for sure. There's little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It's fucked up. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. Whoa. I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray. Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. You know what? I'll allow it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen. Who the fuck is Susato? Return to the dock once more, Menmabi-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. He just admitted to stabbing someone. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused remarks. I will grant the request for the defense. Base judge, nice. This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. Oh, so that's it? As such, I would believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defense's obvious concerns. Fresh orders? So whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh, thank you so much, Your Excellency. If you're thinking something naughty right now, raise your hand. Oh, just me? It's nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The calibration phrase? Yeah, I always see the calibration phrase. You should have heard me on Mouse's stream doing King Kokichi. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Oh, so that's where you got it from, huh? Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. Okay, it's the pen. Here we go. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. Why did you want to see the poison so bad? But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Is it for your crime spin-off? A cat got murdered? Like, what do you mean? Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with deadly poison. Okay, so why did the Many Memo-san or whatever, why did he write an article about the poison being stolen? How could he have known about that without being the one who did it? But why would he do that but not comment on the murder? What the fuck? I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I had a singularly terrible experience with deadly poison. I want to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. You know what? Sure. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just got stabbed. She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Yes. Many Memo-san. One small question, if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly, you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of the Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. He's sweating. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I sent to Miss Brett.
Word for word. And it also has Menemo-san's name as the author. Well, Menemo-san? As a journo, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Many-Memoism.
He's got a point.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. The details of the poison article have been updated in the court record. Oh, maybe it's not in the pen then. Shit. An article, but maybe the pen is just for getting him in the room. Okay. An article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory at Ima University. The reporter, Many-Memo-san, based it on information he gleaned by eavesdropping. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on the record. Yeah, sure, I don't give a fuck anymore. Go ahead, very well. You may amend your formal testimony. Fucking all over the place, man. Point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Well, but that's what you did though. Like, you didn't think it was working. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Many-Memo-san first found the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. Wait, what? So he stabbed to cover it up that it wasn't a poison? Because then he would be in trouble for it? Or, oh. Maybe it is in the pen then. If the victim had willingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable, but there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree, and in order to do that, I must try to glean more information. Do I have to press them again to get more information here, or is it just time to present? Because I feel like I want to present. I feel like I have to combine these two in order to see if there's poison in the pen. But maybe that's going to be like the reveal at the end. But I'm basing this just because I think it's weird that you could unscrew the pen. What if I unscrew it now and look at it again? Take off the pen's lid. This is the hand you hold your chopstick in. So there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right, it's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. It's that one, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the one if I already poisoned her? When I heard the soon girl and the pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. There's nothing to do. Once you stab someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab that person as well. Okay, I'm gonna present the pen to this and see what happens.
Objection!
No, it's not that. What about the witness's last statement there? What about the witness's last statement there? Well, the question is, counsel, what about those wide eyes of yours? Well, all right, I just need to try to remain calm and examine the evidence again. Okay, it's not that then. So what is it? Is it the article? Is it you tried to kill her before the poison symptoms came up because you didn't want her to be poisoned? Is it something like that? Is it because the military would be involved? I don't know what there is. I'm gonna try the newspaper and see.
Objection!
Okay, it is that then. Okay. Well, I can think of one reason. What? What? But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course you did. There could be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, Sumari, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Many Memo-san had made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Oh, so it's a different thing they want. Okay, alright. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison like you do when you press LB. It's a good tactic, at which point many Memo-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? Thank you to Ben Keniku for the new sub right now. Oh shit, it was a minute ago. I got it right away. Thank you very much. And thank you to Toxic Yaoi Fujoshi for the 13 months. Have been my dad's full-time caretaker for a few months, so I haven't been able to watch streams, but I wanted to say happy pride to my favorite bisexual streamer. For legal reasons, I am more bisexual than ever this stream. Yeah. He's bisexual for a really funny reason. Thank you very much, Ben Keniku. And thank you, Toxic Yaoi Fujoshi. Worrying information? What worrying information? I said it right? Oh, nice. The information in which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs of death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, Sumari, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison. We're at some like Umineko episode levels of Sumari at this point. Like, wow. I think it's a higher density, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception. Therefore, more than anything else, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties right now. Ugh. In other words, Sumari, someone like you, writes in Many Memo. Yeah, I didn't think of that he wouldn't know how it presents. Which makes him kind of stupid, actually, but okay. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized That was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and it was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. You had already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the green screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Council? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Good thing you got a knife. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction, but he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary. I'm so entertained. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Okay, that's all well and good, but I'd like to hear another witness, hopefully Skulkin Brothers, that were also there, and what they saw and overheard. Let's bring them out. Order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? There are a number of... yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Holy shit! Lost hope? Uh-oh. Ugh. You pathetic, useless fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is on the rise. I don't need a counter-argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial, it's all here in my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what this show you news is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. But surely it would be no easy task to seal this highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if they manage to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, Rate Menial Memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Gah! But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. Oh, sweating. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? My point is this. There is one way that you, Mini Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. I've heard enough verbal conjecture now. Thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question? Okay, now is it the pen? I feel like this is still a step before the pen. Yeah, fuck it, we're penning.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. Ugh. Oh, a fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad, and you call us a yokel? Well, as a why are you still here? A forward-thinking man of words. Obviously, I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup con of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Captain Turbot. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which the ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write a letter. Ha! Mikitoba is like, yeah, come to think of it, I did notice that when we went in there that he asked me to unscrew the top of the poison bottle for no reason, and then also put his fountain pen inside to, to swirl it around to see if the color changed, and then, we close it up again. Yeah, that did happen, actually, yeah. What is all this talking of sucking up ink have? Ah! And it's just as possible to suck ink up into the reservoir. Sorry, just as possible. It's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Technology that people use this to write. Well, Menememo-san? Oh, you're talking about poison. Oh, I see. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. More absurdity, that never happened. No, Joe, you don't understand. The poison was sitting in a witch cauldron wide open in the lab. Oh, okay. Okay, slay. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that I didn't think of that very specific thing. The fear for offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, Sumari, it was dropped at the scene by Menememo-san. No. You don't know anything about chemistry, do you? It's open vats all the time. Oh, open vats of poison just in the lab. Yeah, I don't know anything about chemistry. Yeah, sorry, my bad. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass. There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand or something. No, that can't be, because I don't like it. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? And also, the lid was on. What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with no ink in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? You've been going through like fucking 50 of them here, yeah. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Wolverine? Ah! No, poison pencils, everyone get down! You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did it with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist. Menememo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. While theorizing and hoping it works out seems to be more successful. Okay, something you would do well to remember when you're in prison, because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. How come you're never calling upon the prosecution? This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. Are you yanking my puzzle? The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Take that! Counsel, what is that bottle? Bullshit, Your Honor. This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Ah! Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. Bro, why are you making poison? Dad, what fucking business? Your university professor just making poison? It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Off to work today, gonna make some fucking poison. Or from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Many Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. And then Brett rises from the grave to go over, pick up the bottle, and just hold it up in front of the court and just drops it. Then puts her gloved hand over her mouth, giggles hotly, and says, "Whoops, guess we can't do that now." No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Don't think I could stop you. Herg. Hiya! This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold set of civilizations back and set their foreign powers win. I took my arms and formed a mighty pen and fought tightly in the battlefield and injustice and righteousness and venomous and the justice Susato with me. What? I'm there. Hiya! The bravery I have to read quickly today. Okay. Double takedown. Did I do it right? Was that a Susato takedown? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ritaro takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, poison, the devil got hold of me, and I decided to do it on a whim. Had an empty fountain pen. I excused myself and emptied all the ink. Oh, down the ink into the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen that you just emptied in the sink. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Many Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Dad, are you dumb? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Oh, okay, so the poison came before the murder plan. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Yo, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Who killed the bird? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. Whoa! You know what? I'm feeling not guilty. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. With the way you accidentally lick your pencils, you were lucky. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit, getting all fired up. Petty court? I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. How can it get any worse? Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet, that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset, a free woman. The only possible explanation is that, behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
I think this plot would hit harder right now if it was a Japanese person that she had killed. But instead Wilson was from England, right? She still is super duper racist, yeah.
What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt, and it was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, then let me walk free. If they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Menimamo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door.
That's true, yeah. I would say that's... His crime probably isn't killing her, really. I don't know. Like, is this like... Let's not have a discussion about the ethics of justified murder or anything like that here. I would say that laying the blame on Ray is worse than what he did to Brett, I think.
I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
Nah, he's a bit better. He's a bit better. What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. Wait, what if Brett had a justifiable reason for killing Wilson?
Oh, I suppose. Maybe Wilson was an even bigger racist, and that's why she killed him, because she couldn't stand that there was someone even more racist than her, which means that Manny Memo is actually a hero, because if Brett got back to England, she would have killed Van Zieks. So Manny Memo just saved Van Zieks, who is our husband. So therefore, like, I feel like he deserves a parade. It would appear that we reached a conclusion in this trial last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Oh, yes, sorry, Your Excellency, that's me, just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable this is your first experience in the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh,
Ryusuke, you mean? The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
It's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
Good thing you're not a woman. So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? Well, but Ouchie, what are we doing?
Prosecutor Ouchie.
You gonna give yourself an Ouchie? I, Taketsuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence!
Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. He's gonna cut his hair off. For that is a true path to Ouchieism. It will hurt, yes.
Ouchieism?
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
sprig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takukutsuchi. This is all men when they realize they've balded to the point that they have to shave their head. Please, the killer too. Please, please. Aww. Now, in regards to the defendant, Rei Membami-san. Yes, Your Excellency? I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you, just purely for shits and giggles, guilty. Not guilty. Confetti court! Yay! Cherry blossom court! Yay! No fireworks? Doop, 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 doop. Court is adjourned. August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 3. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Is Errol here? Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhata-san? Yes, hi. Would it be better to end now, or end at the very end of this case when it goes to black, or would it be better to end, like, I don't know, 5 minutes into the next chapter? My thought is to go 5 minutes into the next chapter to see where we're going. But like what do you think? It's fun stuff at the very end of this chapter, but if you're cool to start at the beginning of the text, if you're cool to start at the beginning of the text one, it's long. Okay, so it's dealer's choice. Okay, let's see how we feel. Let's see how long it takes to get to the very end of this. Susato. Think of the answer. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Rei and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've. Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Rei, so I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. Okay, I'm pretending to be a man right now, so if you're flirting with me, you need to be a little bit more, forward. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Ooh, or something. We're so in? Right, I see. I'll think about it, Rei. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? Huh? I hope you're not looking at me, Rei. Oh my goodness, no, of course not. Of course not. There it is at last. Rei's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway. Sorry, I'm used to putting the voice on it there. I need to recalibrate. It's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato and Mikotoba for now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. She's so smitten. What? What is happening? Ah, so Seki-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Suzato Mikotoba. I don't... So dashing, so divine. No. Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Suzato-san and Inquirus, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly, astoundingly, ace attorney. Poor Soseki-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, skillful with one L, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really? And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope? Oh no, this kid's fucking... later on, fucking Naruhodo Ryu's gonna be, like, on trial for something, and she's gonna burst through or something and be like, hey, it's me! Ryutaro Naruhodo! Here we go! Okay, welcome to the Old Bailey! What are we gonna do? Middle fingers up, here I go! And even Ryu's gonna be like, huh, he looks familiar, kind of hot. I'm feeling, you know, like even more how I feel when I look at Van Zeek's. No, stay on Van Zeek, stay on Van Zeek. No, I'm not. No, I'm not just I'm not a patch on you though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship of Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. But that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? How did you know about the book? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. That was also with poison, wasn't it? On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes, a great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch-nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. It is though. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. I don't think she cares. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study, and it was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yumi University and decided to start making poison. But I also serve another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs and how we can use the poison. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you send me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. You weren't sick? When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? It was one of those Persona fake parent collapse ones? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? It's taken you 2 months to fucking ask him? That's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I shrimply can't... let me go! Why aren't you in cuffs, bro? Me Nami Memo-san! So, one throw wasn't enough for you. Got one last scene to say before you take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Jezebel Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Student of law? He must mean... Kazuma-sama! What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? What? Where are we going? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship. No one knows that? And that he'll never...
Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? The judge takedown. Fresh orders? I didn't know he could stand up.
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency?
Ha ha ha! The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. I'm merely your father's friend, Shishiro Jigoku. Did you know the whole time? And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Oh, the judge only pretends to be dumb? Oh, holy shit. His impartiality makes him stupid? Susato.
Did you know all along from the start of the trial?
The judge sees everything, Susato.
I couldn't let you take the risk. If Shizuru here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Shishiro, shall we?
Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address, like what to have for lunch.
Before you go, Father. Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
This is fucked up.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Shishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now, it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san, Equirus, could I have a word? Oh, yes, of course. Soseki-san, what is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? Is the violin gonna come back? I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once. I will. I woo. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Curse, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Is that something that happened? Next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. Is our father the fucking version of the Japan's version of the guy that lives in the clock tower in England? What the fuck? Our dad is so powerful? My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then, the particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those 2 terrible cases I was caught up in. Of course, I can never forget.
I only remember you being in one case, actually. So like, obviously, maybe I needed something that was a refresher that wasn't just all about the yaoi. It was just one, wasn't it? Was there 2? Was it, your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. That's the one I don't remember. Okay, the second one. You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is, Susie, what the fuck are you talking about? Which is why the only case involving you that any of the member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case, the case of the haunted lodgings. Oh, is that how she knows about the Baskervilles? That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
I like her accent.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery.
Great.
My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them. Today, for the
Sorry, I'm
first
allergic to
time this
retcons.
year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Susato. Oh. Susato. So Garifly, sorry, you could stop here at the end of the chapter. You could watch the story illustrated story scene in the beginning of the next one. That would be a good stop point. Let's watch the story scene in the next chapter then. I'm curious where it's gonna go. You don't need to be sorry. Are you sure it was a retcon, Joe? I saw the word retcon in chat, so I just was basing it off of that. I don't have any information just yet. The Clouded Kokoro. The Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. Alright, episode 1. Can I go further? The Great Depart. Oh yes, it's the festival that they were the convention that they were talking about in the first one. Twisted Karma and His Last Bow. The Resolve of Ryo Naruhodo. That is a crazy title card. So understated compared to the other ones. Holy shit. Someone's dying for sure. Damn. Okay. Alright, let's see the opening of this one, then we'll stop when we have control and can save it.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime
Another person stabbed in the
perpetrated on
back?
pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, The mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight.
Oh, it's a recap of the first case.
Then
Okay.
in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight,
Crawling
did a
Ollie.
second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night.
Crawling Ollie, they call her.
I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas.
Ooh.
Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
Oh, that's the character we saw at the end of that case that didn't go anywhere. Okay, so something else happened that we're not privy to. Is that really where the Hounds of the Baskervilles is based off of? Because it felt like to me that what's her name? Iris? I feel like Iris like wrote that a long time ago. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to be here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Oh, this must go hard on the 3DS. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. There's something really cozy about Old Loft, huh? But since a particular grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. Wait, what? But that epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale, a tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland, which is, in my opinion, the perfect place to stop. Good night and good luck. What is the letter going to be? All right, so that's it. Great Ace Attorney 2 has begun. So we have 4 more cases to do. I'm gonna guess that some of them are gonna be quite long. I'm gonna guess the last 2 are gonna be really, really long. The last one especially. And that's it. Oh, thank you for the bits, Henry. Happy Pride, and thank you, Bin or Bine, not sure, for the 9 months with a pickle Nagito. Nagito. I don't know how to say his name. By the way, Rio, Susie, and Herlock each have an alternative outfit that you can toggle on through the extras in the main menu if you'd like to check those out. Sure, we can check those out. We see if the better outfits, yeah. Nagito. All right, is there anyone from the community live? I don't know. I don't know if I can stream tomorrow. So I might have to stay up all night tonight because I only got a little bit of sleep. So if I can get to sleep somewhat early tonight, then I'm going to. If not, then I'm just gonna stay up all night, and I don't think it's a good idea to stream a reading game. Like I accidentally said a slur because I misread a word today. So like obviously it's not, it's fine, like mistakes happen. But like at the same time, I'd rather not accidentally do that, you know, and misspeak and be kind of crazy on stream. I think that if I'm up all night, I think I might just cancel stream and just stay awake, and then I guess we could possibly play a gameplay game tomorrow, but I don't want to start yet another game when we just cleared 2 games, because right now we're only doing Great Ace Attorney 2 and Pathologic, right? We finally got it down to 2 games, but we'll see. So yeah, so the next Great Ace Attorney 2 stream might be on Friday instead of tomorrow. If I do get to sleep early tonight and I do get a proper sleep, then I will stream tomorrow. I'll try and update the title when I make the decision. Okay. If I end up, you know, we'll see. I didn't really get that much sleep, so I might not be able to stay up all night, but I do need to reset my schedule. I actually really, really hate when I lose my schedule. I hate, like, I don't know how to describe it. Like life doesn't make sense to me. Like, I feel like everything is chaos. I feel like I wake up right before I come on the stream, and then I'm just kind of frazzled and then tired, and just nothing makes sense to me. I hate not being on the early schedule. I hate it. So I'd like to reset my schedule as fast as possible, but we'll see how it goes. And it had nothing to do with last night's stream, by the way. I stayed up for hours after last night's stream. Like it wasn't about that, yeah. But we'll see. If I can do it tomorrow, then we will. If not, it'll be on Friday. Okay. And sorry for the narcolepsy having issues like this. It is what it is. Are you still going to do Greatest Training Friday as well as Summer Games Fest? Yes. We should probably. I should be, unless I lose my schedule so badly I can't stream on Friday either. But like I will do Summer Games Fest no matter what. That's an important one. This is important too, but you know, Summer Games Fest is like if we don't do it live, then we don't do it. Anyway, Ray's going through it. Thank you very much for all the bits and subs. Especially thank you for the gift subs from, it was Groundworm, wasn't it? Groundworm gave so many gift subs, over 100. Where is it on my list? Like when stream was down. It was Hollow, Best Wolf, and I think it was Groundworm. Groundworm, yes. Thank you very much. 130. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow hopefully, and if not, I'll see you on Friday. Oh, also, I like the first case. This was a great introduction case. I think it worked really well as a tutorial. It was paced well. The mystery is pretty good. It was actually kind of hard with some of the deductions. I really like the characters again. I really like being Susie. It was a really good time. Yeah, I like this case. Might be my favorite introduction case of them all that we've seen so far in these games. Anyway, see you later. Do 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 do.